Hail to thee, my kindred. I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and night, wherever and whenever you are. Ooh-wee. We're back with this again. I did not do my dues and search for yet another visual novel of any sort because I just kind of got lazy and forgot about that. Yikes. My day has been alright so far. I've still have not managed to fend off the migraine that I've now been having for about 2 days roughly. Nothing too bad, just mostly annoying, with just one side of my head every now and again just kind of pulsing, or that's the sensation I feel when it comes to the pain itself. It's literally just like a vein, I think, just kind of doing odd things. But well, as long as I don't move around too much, it, in theory, should not be too much of an issue anyhow. I think I'm just gonna head straight into it this time, straight into the game. Not a lot of things have happened. I did finish, what was it? Gunsmith Cats. It was a pretty good show. It's on YouTube, people have posted the episodes up there. So if you wanna watch it, I would recommend it. It's rather fun. And if you like, gunfights, it's like 3 episodes. It's pretty easy watch. You can watch it in like one day, just one sitting, 3 episodes, roughly 20 something minutes long. It's a good time. It's a good old time. Anyhow, as always, this game deals with some heavy stuff. So if there's anything that bothers you and you want to know if that's involved in this game, look in the description. There should be a link to the game's website, or I should say itch.io page, and there they have all the content warnings you could ever wish for. We shall continue on from where we last left, which was right after we talked to Genzo. Let me see if I remember what happened. We woke up again. Iggy woke up, had a bunch of deja vu-esque moments, and by that I mean that he just kept repeatedly going, how do I know this? How do I know that this was gonna happen? How do I know it was this person that's calling me? That kind of reaction to like a lot of different things that were going on. And eventually we called Genzo. Genzo's like, yo, the sky must be falling apart, if he made some joke about like how the world's gotta be going crazy if Iggy's calling him. And I believe Iggy was gonna go hang out with Genzo, because Genzo offered kinda not really expecting Iggy to agree with meeting up with him at his shop, I think. Genzo was like, yo, how about you come over down here later, we'll have some beers, yada yada yada, and Iggy was about to say no, but then Iggy thought it over and was like, you know what, sure. And that surprised Genzo. Surprised him enough to have him drop his phone. So here we are. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention, like I always mention, if I got a drink or not with me, coffee and some Maria cookies, because I don't want to get the grumblies in the middle of stream, or at least when I'm near the end of it. I'd like to not feel hungry. Genzo's shop is over in the downtown area, a good 15 minutes walk from Brookside. And then again, most places are a good 15 minutes walk from Brookside. Either that or I just have a really bad sense of time. Buddy, all you gotta do is just get a watch, or pull out your, I guess, yeah, it would be get a watch, look at the watch when you get out your door, go to a place, and then look at your watch again once you get there. The little bell over the door rings as I step inside, where I'm quickly met with the scent of grease and metal and what smells faintly like damp wood chips. Why would it smell like damp wood chips? I guess if you got like crates that you stack on top of those wooden pallets. Genzo's head pops up from behind the far counter so fast he hits his skull on the overhead shelves. God fucking... He grimaces and pushes himself to his feet, one hand to the back of his head. That was graceful, I say with a laugh. Oh, Iggs! His normal smile returns. That was quicker than expected. One hand up to trace the side of the counter, he tools around to the front, and then immediately shoots his arms out. Put her here. Guess I figured I should have come over before I talked myself out of it. I like how I like how the fang is drawn, like not a fang, but you know, like the sharp canine, right? How that's drawn. It's just kind of curved. That's not the button I was trying to press. Return. What's this one? There we go. I still remember how to take screenshots. I lean forward towards his shoulder, and he brings his arms around my middle in a hug that crushes me against his belly. Hey, acceptance is the first step towards recovery. Am I right or am I right? He laughs and gives me a final squeeze. When I pull back, some of the grease smudges from his cheeks and neck relocate themselves onto my clothes. I glance around, checking out the displays of newly repaired bikes waiting for their new homes like dogs at the animal shelter. You know, when they said he repaired bikes, I thought they meant like motorcycles. Didn't think they meant actual like literal bicycles. Lots of work today then, huh? Tell me about it. Was just about to double check the new invoices on the old number cruncher. Come on. He gestures and heads towards the entryway into the back shop, hands searching out key landmarks along the way. The smell is even stronger in the back. A half-finished bicycle lies in the middle of the floor, and past it I see a large tool bench, everything neat and tidy and perfect in its place. There's a pile of boxes in the corner, one of them already open and the gleam of dirty silver peeking out. Genzo turns away from the shop proper and into a small office complete with the desk, computer, printer, and slowly twirling overhead fan. There's something about the colors that makes it look like something straight out of the 70s, and the floor-to-ceiling wood paneling on the walls doesn't help. I can't help but wonder if the place was like this when Genzo brought it. Probably. Genzo slumps down in the orange leather computer chair and spins toward the monitor. Damn, order was supposed to come yesterday. What can you do? Service these days. He hits a key on the keyboard, and the speakers crack to life with a start window, search box, edit, type here to search. A couple more key flicks and a spreadsheet opens up on the screen with 2 columns of numbers. He begins tabbing through them, listening to the name of each item followed by the amounts and prices. I take the opportunity to glance around silently. There isn't much on the desk or on the walls. The end of a phone charger sticks up through a round hole in the turned up wood veneer. A couple of empty granola bar wrappers sit beneath the monitor. A black boarded clock on the wall ticks away. What's most surprising, to the extent that I pull a double take upon seeing it, is the small lumpy figure slouched over just past the keyboard. I am imagining he's talking about that little plush. Yep, there it is. It's been hacked together from green and blue swatches of fabric and filled with beans, giving it a humorously oblong shape, and its eyes have been fashioned from 2 black buttons. Checkers and Oswald. God damn if that doesn't take me back. We made them in home EC class in junior high. And the unit where everyone had to practice sewing and all the guys really got really immature about it and made random things from our fabrics rather than the recommended pillow or tote bag. and Genzo and I have made Checkers and Oswald, two partners in crime off on missions most perilous. There we go. Me and my words. We'd both gotten C's in that unit. I can barely keep the chuckle from my lips as I think back. I'd given Checkers to Genzo afterwards, and he'd given me Oswald. Where had he gone after? Where had he gone, I frown. Now I can't remember. At my folks' house still, maybe. Or sold at a garage sale. I cringe. I feel guilty. Well, of course you should feel guilty. You gave up Oswald. A sudden crack jerks me out of my thoughts, and I turn to see Genzo slapping the keyboard down against the desk. Goddamn thing. I look at the screen. The speakers have gone quiet, and the cursor seems to be frozen in place. Man has like the oldest PC setup on planet Earth right now. What year was it? Again, it was like 2018, right? I think that was it. It was literally 2018. Or something like that. So the fact that this brother has a computer that is as old as hell probably does not help. Well, it's not like he needs it for much anyways, but, you know. Get this man a laptop or something. Something like, even like a cheap $200 laptop would be more modern than this computer. Look at this, I can't even open a goddamn spreadsheet, for crying out loud, piece of junk. Another slap of the keyboard. He frowns, whatever, he should have emailed it too. Wait, check this out, you're gonna love this, technology is great. He yanks his phone out of his pocket and brings it just below his chin. Hey, Dougal, read my mail. A sprightly male British voice springs forth from the speaker. No problem. You have two new mails. First email, Walbury Pharmacy reminder. Your prescription number, blah 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 blah. Stop reading, stop reading. Genzo jabs at the power button on the phone until the voice stops. He laughs and bites down on his lip. Blueberry peon? I raise a brow. Isn't that an antidepressant? Then I realize what I'm saying and let the words die in my lips. Genzo grins sheepishly and turns his head away. I feel like we've read something like that before, haven't we? Hold on. Blueberry peon. Where have I heard that before? I feel like I've literally heard about that in like, maybe it was another visual novel. I cannot remember for the life of me right now. If it was... Damn. I don't think it was this one. I'm pretty sure it was another one. I just can't remember which one it was, because that name is definitely familiar. Wait, what the hell did the thing even call it? Hold on. Prescription. Okay, yeah, booby prion. Booby prion. I can't even pronounce the name correctly. Bupropion. There we go. Genzo grins sheepishly and turns his head away. He runs a hand through the hair beneath his cap. I mean, you know how it is. A laugh. Sometimes the nights get kinda long. I press my lips together, suddenly very happy that Genzo can't see the look on my face, nor the stone tumbling around in my gut. Anyway, what the fuck are we just sitting around here for? Come on, there's a half-finished velocipede out there that needs a little TLC from yours truly before its proud parents come back this afternoon. Lend me a hand? Sure, no problem. I take a step back as Genzo maneuvers around the desk and back to the door to the shop. He pauses only momentarily to slap the top frame of the door on his way out. It's been a long time since I've watched Genzo work, and it's still as impressive now as it was back then. His hands barely need to touch the frame before his fingers find what he's looking for. Then it's a twist here, a tug there. All the parts that he needs laid out in a circle around his little stool. Ready to be changed out. Popped into place, dents hammered out, spokes unbent, broken chains repaired. Every tool he needs is in its customary place in his apron, ready to be slipped out at a moment's notice, held fast between his lips as he frowns at something beneath his fingers. He has me hold the one-wheel frame to keep it from falling, though I'm sure it's only to give me something to do and not feel completely useless. Then he sends me to the new boxes of parts to find what he calls a derailleur. What in the world? Hold on. Derailleur, of which I am only able to find after he tells me to look for the mechanical seahorse. Ah, yes, the mechanical seahorse. That makes a lot of sense. A lot more sense than whatever that name is. Once the new chain is back on, it's time for the front wheel. So then it's my job to hold it again, despite the bike stand sitting right next to us and seemingly primed for that exact purpose. Nothing like the human touch, Genzo assures me, and gives my knee a motivational pat through the frame. By this point, both of our faces and hands are streaked with grease. Genzo's from actually getting up close and personal with the feisty two-wheeler. Mine because I forget about grease on my hands and give my face a big ol' swipe like to assuage a tingling itch on my nose. The wheel goes on easily and the chain connected. You know, this is a good thing, you know? Helping your buddy out do a thing. Simple tasks being done together. Make human beings feel closer to one another. A few pumps of air into the tires lands the final touch. Then the bike is as good to go. Standing tall and proud. Genzo takes a rag to the frame, wiping away any potential grease stains that may have been left behind. Take her for a test spin? He stands up, turning the rag to his own hands. Can't really do the honors myself. I look down at the bike, then up at Genzo. I haven't stepped foot on a bike in years. You know, it can't be that hard. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just, it's a bike, you know. Sure, okay. I throw a hesitant leg over the frame and position myself on the saddle, feet rising up on their toes. The handlebars feel sticky beneath my sweaty palms. I'm not really, good at this though. I wobble forward, wheels spinning first left and right, then back to the left. I feel it tripping, but I can't do anything about it. With a helpless oh no, the two of us go down. Genzo just laughs, and I let out a groan. Hey, it'd be like that, I get it. When I first got onto my bike as well, I too just proceeded to almost fall on my ass several times. That was a pain. That was a good old pain. Slow down there, Lance. I'll need to fix it again at this rate. Not sure I'm the best partner to have in the shop. I pull myself back to my feet and lug the bike back with me. Nah, you're great. Wouldn't change a thing about ya. There's something about the words that give me pause, and I feel tendrils of heat lap at my cheeks. But it's a comforting feeling rather than an awkward one. The kind that loosens the muscles in my shoulders and untwists my bowels. Homie. Anyway, what do we do now? You said that they're gonna pick it up later? Yeah, sometime this afternoon. He palms at his phone. Hey, Dougal, what time is it? It is 2:34 p.m. We've probably got some time then. Help me lug this thing up front, then we can kick things back with some beers. I wheel the bike into the front shop area as Genzo cleans up the leftover parts and scraps. The newly restored frame gleams next to its siblings beneath the fluorescent light. Back here, Iggs, Genzo calls as I start back, and I see him scrounging around in a small fridge at the back of the shop. He pulls 2 beers out from the bottom shelf. Convenient, I muse on my approach. Isn't it though? Genzo laughs. It's great being your own boss sometimes. He reaches toward the wall and feels for the nearby handle, tugging open the door to the back patio. I almost read that as patio, which wouldn't have made much sense at all, but there goes me and reading. Let me get a little sip of coffee so that my throat can get a little more relaxed. Tasty. The sun is high in the sky by this point, but our little area is shaded, looking out across the small wooden area behind the development. Genzo kicks his foot out to locate the lawn chair that's clearly seen its fair share of use before sinking down into it with a sigh. Go back, go back. Worry not, Viewbot. Not a lot has happened. We quite literally just went to Genzo's shop, arrived there. Why didn't you wait for me? It's not my fault that you are about almost 30 minutes late, okay? But I shall give you a quick synopsis. Iggy makes it to the shop, which is a literal bike shop, like bicycles. We go to Genzo's office. We just follow him around for a little bit. Follow him to his office. We find out he's taking antidepressants. I forgot the name of it. Then we help him out with a bike, and now we're gonna hang out and drink beers at the back patio of his. And that's literally it. That's all that's happened so far. He gestures towards the other side of the door. There should be another one over there. I find it as promised, fold it up against the wall and carry it over to join him. Genzo pops open his beer, takes a sip, collapses his legs out in front of himself. I follow suit. Yeah. We found out incidentally because he was working on his computer and, he was like, hey, you want to see something cool? Technology's kind of cool. And then he pulls out his phone and he's like, tell me my emails. And one of his emails was something from the pharmacy he's, he's getting his prescription from. And he's like, shut up. He did not want us to know that, but, it's kind of out there now. You should probably still go back, though. No. I follow suit. There is a wonderful little breeze whistling through the trees and playing at with my curls. For just a second, I'm back in grade school, and Genzo and I have just come back from an expedition in the woods, feasting on our well-earned spoils of orange soda and ice pops. Genzo scrounges around in his pocket before pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He brings one to his lips, lights it with the flick of his lighter, then sits back and takes a long, slow drag before blowing a stream of smoke into the air. So, when are you and Gidget getting together, huh? He asks out of the blue. The question catches me off guard, and I nearly stroke on my beer. What? Genzo just shrugs and laughs, the cigarette bouncing between his lips. I always figured it was an inevitability myself, just didn't know when. I mean, I don't. I run a hand through my hair, nails scratching at my scalp. I never really thought about it. Never? Genzo raises a brow. I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. My knee is bouncing like a jackhammer. Genzo is quiet, head pointed lazily skyward. He takes a sip from his beer and taps the ash off at the end of his cigarette. Didn't know it was such a touchy subject, he finally says with a grin. It's not. I don't know about that type of stuff often. I don't think about that type of stuff often. Genzo turns towards me, and I can practically see him blinking in amused interest beneath his sunglasses. You're a bit of an odd duck, you know that, Iggs? Oh, and you're a portrait of normalcy, I crack? Ha! He elicits a laugh. I suppose you've got a point there. Now, at least I've got this little belly of mine to keep me company into my ripe old age. The only thing that can put up with my quirks. I frown. My mind goes back to the night prior, to what Orlam said and what Genzo had seemed pretty adamant on avoiding. I rubbed the mouth of my beer across my lips absent-mindedly, watching him for a few moments. You know, I finally say, letting the silence stretch just a few moments. You can always tell me anything, right? If you want to, of course. Genzo is quiet. His head is pointed off towards the trees now, and he's got his cigarette perched on the end of his lips. Up, down, up, down. He wiggles it back and forth. He finally grabs it between his fingers, cocking it out in an angle as he blows a plume of smoke. I'll tell ya once you've gotten yourself hitched and you've popped out 2.5 kids and a white picket fence to corral him. How about that? I kind of read that weird. I'll tell you once you've gotten yourself hitched and you've popped out 2.5 kids and a white picket fence to corral him. How about that? There we go, that was better. Then we'll be able to have ourselves a good old laugh about it. I don't say anything. And hear me out, he continues. You get yourself good and famous, churning out hit games, and you get yourself a big old apartment in New York City with 5, 6 lovely ladies at your beck and call. Whichever comes first. Those are some high demands. I expect a lot out of you, what can I say? Clearly. The silence returns. We sit there, sipping on our beers, taking in the breeze, listening to birds somewhere up in the trees. It's, nice. Like, equivalent to being at home by myself nice. Not sapping me of energy nice. Not demanding or expecting anything of me nice. Just feeling at ease. Genzo reaches over, feels for my shoulder, gives it a squeeze. Hey, thanks for coming over, I return his squeeze with a squeeze of my own, wrapping my fingers around his knuckles. I hold it for perhaps a moment too long. And of course. Ah. I get back to my apartment a bit before dinner time. And despite the fatigue tugging at my mental muscles, somehow I feel, I don't know, lighter? My head is a bit clearer. You and Genzo should kiss. They seem to get along quite well. I feel myself smiling as I think about the evening ahead and how much work I still have left to do. I ordered myself beef and broccoli from the little Chinese place a few blocks over to assuage the hunger growing in my belly, then set myself to work. And I need to focus. Get at least a few solid hours in before bed. And I can still catch up relatively easily as long as I don't slack. I just need to find my groove. I make it to around 11 before I find myself making errors I definitely shouldn't be making, which means it's time to call it quits for the day. So I retreat to the bed and get a good 30 minutes of reading in before my eyes start drooping and my head stops comprehending the words on the page. Time to sleep. I don't think about Honora and Bucks again until I turn off my bedside lamp. And by that point, I'm so tired that it isn't more than a passing thought as I bury my head in my pillow. I'm sure it's fine. I'll call tomorrow. I dreamed that night. Do you now? I wonder why. I'm in the woods, and someone is calling me. I chase after the voice in the darkness, but every time I'm getting close, it comes from a different direction. Iggy. I run faster. the branches whipping at my face and the roots underfoot threatening to send me stumbling into the dirt. Come find me, Iggy. I don't know what kind of voice to make for this, like, disembodied person. I run and I run and I run. Run until I reach some sort of clearing. Where is this place? There's a giant gate at the far end, though I'm not sure if gate is the right word. More like a barrier built from wrapped, knotted trees. And there's a lock on it. A giant keyhole carved from the dark wood. And as I let my fingers trace the rounded curves, the voice returns. Open it. Open it? Open it how? I glance down and find him holding a doll. Its button eyes stared up at me vacantly. Its long hair falling between my fingers. I look back at the clock. Or sorry, the lock. Only it's no longer a lock. It's a heart. Beat, beat, beating. I try to take a step back. But something grabs my hand. A tiny set of fingers. I'm too scared to look. But I have to. I have to know. I start to turn my head. Only for the voice to whisper right next to my ear. Please kill me, Iggy. Who's begging to be killed? I have an idea. And I don't think I like the idea I'm having. Would that even make sense? Maybe not. But a tiny pair of hands holding onto him does not bode well. Just saying. Just saying. That's what you said when GTA 6 got pushed back a year? What? Sure thing. Sure thing, bot. Sometimes you just say things. I gasp and sit up. Only now I'm back in my bed, and the sun is reflecting off the window straight into my eyes. I groan, my heart still thudding away in my chest. I wait a few minutes for my sense of reality to return before shaking my head and climbing out of bed. It's late, far later than I usually wake up, and as I'm taking my first sip of coffee, I remember Hanar. Worry bubbles up somewhere around my diaphragm. I should call. His number's still the last one on my recent calls, and it only takes a second before the phone is ringing, but it cuts to voicemail after the 5th ring. Voicemail. When my voice is mailing? Damn. I gnaw at the inside of my cheek. The bubbles of worry are starting to turn into a froth. But what am I supposed to do at this point? Besides, I'm still playing catch up with the work I didn't do yesterday. I don't have a ton of spare capacity to spend worrying. I'll try again later. For now, it's back to work. He's gonna forget until like it's nighttime, huh? Let me put this away. I try to focus and concentrate on my work. But even as the thought of the looming deadline isn't enough to keep me... But even the thought of the looming deadline isn't enough to keep my thoughts from straying. First to Hanar and the way his voice had quaked on the phone, then to Bucks and the way her voice had crackled with anger during their argument. Then, for some reason, to Genzo. To the way his voice sounds when he says my name. Comforting. Like being wrapped up in a warm blanket. All these different voices. I shake my head. This isn't the time to be daydreaming. I need to get this fucking thing done. I get in a few good hours, but I'm not particularly confident it's my best work. Yeah, I'll probably need to go back through everything tomorrow, just in case. I try calling Hanar again later that afternoon, but there's still no answer, which only agitates the gurgle of not unease, turning my bowels further. It's even affecting my appetite by this point. Nothing sounds good. Nothing healthy, at least. So I simply reach for some of the half-eaten snacks in my pantry. Night falls along with my motivation. I'm past the point of even trying to divert my attention. I sit at the window and watch Miss Donish make her third trip to the mailbox that day, then retreat to my bed, figuring I'll play some music and try to relax, get an early night's sleep. Tomorrow should have some answers. But even my normal beats only serve to make my nerves dance in a different pattern. I covered my head with my pillow, lie with my feet at the head of my bed, move to the floor, move to the chair in the living room. I sit there for a while, in the dark, just staring at the wall like an insomniac. Then at some point, my gaze falls. My messenger bag is still slumped in the floor by the far corner counter from where I tossed it the other night, and in the split second before my eye focuses on it, I swear I see it move. What the? I blink, glance nervously around the dark apartment, but it's empty. Of course, it's empty. Fuck, I'm really starting to lose it. I need to get out and get some fresh air. Clear my head. I push myself up and out of the chair with a little wobble and grab my keys. Wasn't there something in his bag? I remember there was some focusing about his bag in the first stream of this game, or he had something in there. I think other than maybe his computer. I can't remember exactly 100%, but I remember that much. I push myself up and out the chair with a little wobble and grab my keys. Then step outside. The breeze feels refreshing on my cheeks, and when I take a deep breath, it curls up in my lungs like a giant whiff of menthol. Maybe I'd just been cooped up too long. I start down the sidewalk, my steps disguised by the hum of the cicadas. The little wobble. Yes, the little wobble. Past some neighboring apartment complexes, past some small houses with their single-car garages. Soon I've left Brookside behind me, and I find myself instinctively heading north towards my folks' old house. The outcropping of the woods still hasn't been built over, even after all these years. My palms tingle. A pinprick-like scratching that jumps from one nerve ending to the next and makes my fingers twitch. I curl my arms around my chest in an effort to dull the growing spark. Why did I stop, glance around. Why did I walk all the way out here? I shiver. The breeze that had once felt cool and refreshing suddenly feels frigid against my bare arms. But instead of heading back, I press further, across the empty lot between the houses, towards the blackness of the woods beyond. I stop at the threshold between light and dark, one hand up to trace the bark of the nearest tree. What am I doing? My whole arm is throbbing now, as though 1,000 tiny insects are biting and jabbing and gnawing at the skin. I step forward. A branch snaps not more than a few feet away. My heart leaps into my throat, and I throw my arms up with a squawk. Who's there? Cripes in a handbag. About scared the bejesus out of me. A pause. Wait, Iggs, is that you? I lower my arms, then squint as a shadow moves away from the nearby tree. It's Genzo. Just Genzo. The rapid hammering of my heart begins to recede. Somehow the orange tint of his hat in the darkness feels incredibly comforting all of a sudden. He reaches out with his cane to find me, then gives me a couple of crisp whaps on the ass to usher me closer. Damn, Miggs. I've seen more of you these last few days than I have in the last year. I'd almost think you were stalking me except then... Wait. I'd almost think you were stalking me except that I know, well, you. Did being in my presence suddenly spark a deep, unyielding need for inappropriately timed droolery? Drollery? I think it's drollery. What does that mean? Drollery. A comical or whimsical quality. A comical or whimsical way of acting, talking, or behaving. The act of joking or clowning. Okay. I learned a new word here. I don't think I've ever really heard this one. But sure. We learn something new every day, I suppose. Hey, Wish, what are you even doing out here? Could ask you the same thing. I scratched at the back of my neck. Shuffled my feet. I mean, you know, I was just taking a walk. Same. Couldn't sleep? Nah. We grow quiet. A strange chill begins creeping up in my spine. I wonder if Genzo had the same urge to get out of the house as I had. So, now comes the question of the hour. Yeah? You were, going there, weren't you? I guess. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it. And me neither. A pause. You don't think... I don't know. Guess we won't know if we don't check. Yeah. An owl hoots from somewhere in the darkness. Let's go then. Lead the way. I throw a final glance at the black void between the trees, then step inside. The air instantly cools. It's a damp chill, the kind that sticks to your skin and weighs down your chest. I press forward through the scattered brush, using my hands to keep from walking face first into a tree. I can hear Genzo's cane whipping through the grass and snapping against bark behind me. I focus on that familiar sound. It keeps my nerves from jumping out of my skin. I have to say, if I'm going to be walking through the woods that night, I'm at least glad it's with him I'm with. His mere presence dulls the sharp bite of anxiety gnawing at my insides. I reach forward, seeking out the bark of the next tree, only this time, when my fingers touch the jagged edges, it sends a spark all the way up my arm and into the back of my throat. I stop. Genzo's cane whaps against my ankle, and he stops too. We here? Yeah, I answer before I even have a chance to check, because I know. How could I not? The biggest tree in the forest, its base like a giant boulder choked with winding roots. I let my fingers trace across its surface as I circle around, careful not to trip on the gnarled outgrowths. Halfway around, my hand hits air. I come to a halt. The familiar edges are there, the rounded gap in the side, the hollow echo of stagnant air, the far-off scent of something sweet. It's open. I take a step back and hear Genzo approach. Jesus. My whole body is crackling with energy now. Even the breeze seems to have shifted. Everything moving towards that hole in the side of the tree. Okay, so like everything seems to be about the same. Maybe a line or two of dialogue that might be a little different. Although that could simply be me not remembering every single piece of dialogue that was said. Yeah, when was the last time Genzo's voice is a whisper? I don't remember. I throw a glance at Genzo. I can just make him out through through the darkness. He's got a hand curled up under his hat, nails scratching up at his scalp. Or his... What? Yeah, okay, I read that right. I lick my lips, scratching my arm. Something feels wrong. Too wrong. And there's a strange sense of familiarity to all this. Almost as if I stood at this exact same spot. Had this exact same conversation. And the outcome had been... less than desirable. My stomach gurgles. And I glance over at Genzo. Are you getting the weirdest sense of deja vu, or is it just me? What do you mean? I mean, like we did this before, the two of us. I think I'd remember if we'd taken a romantic midnight stroll in the woods before, Iggs. I roll my eyes. Whatever, it's probably nothing. This whole situation is just weirding me out. I expect another smart retort from Genzo. Something about how normal life is enough without... how normal life is enough to weird me out. But there's nothing. And when I glance over, he's just standing there, face grim and jaw tight. You okay? What? Oh yeah, just felt real hot all of a sudden. Must be going through menopause. I cock a brow, but turn back toward the hole all the same. Okay, Genzo. He really cannot, like, stop with the jokes. Not even once. Bro just keeps rolling. He should do stand-up. Probably has, now that I think about it. I'd be surprised if he never did it. At least once. Because he just keeps rolling. What do you think, then? Should we go in? My voice hitches. I somehow feel like we don't have much choice. I move forward towards the hole, popping a squat among the weeds. There's that scent again. Soft, sweet, like the tempting aroma of a candy store. It curls up inside my nostrils. I grab the rounded edges and peek inside, leaning forward on my toes. We're sure it's not just a possum hole? Wouldn't that be a Hiller? Wouldn't that be Hiller? Hillar. Genzo from behind. I can't tell if he's joking. I turn my head to look, but whack my forehead on the top edge of and lose my balance. Stand up, don't put him through that gelato. Why not? He'd be great at it. What's the worst that can happen? Man's literally like goofy and funny enough to make it work for a little bit, you know? I'm not saying he's the best of the best, but he can make that work. He's got jokes. I land with a bruise-inducing thud on my shins and let out a string of 4-letter words. For just a moment, I'm a teeter-totter, swaying back and forth atop the bottom edge. Then, my forward weight wins, and I tilt further, and topple straight into the hole. The darkness swallows me. I'm falling. Wind whips my hair, my shirt, summoning water up to my eyes. My stomach feels like it's been sucked up straight into my bowels. On and on and on. Complete nothingness surrounds me. Consumes me. Boo. Welcome, Scratch, even if it's but for a moment. How are you doing so far today? Yeah, it is Scratch. It's the Scratch. Just a smile? Okay. Ominous smile. I'm just gonna assume it's ominous. Every time I see that little, like, Twitch emote smile, it feels either sarcastic or ominous. Like that type of smile some gas station guy would give you in some, like, middle of nowhere place, you know? Where you're like, damn, I might get murdered today. Might get murdered if I walk out of this place without, like, buying some, like, extra chips or something. Yeah, just like that, see? Consuming me. but there's a strange sense of familiarity in the darkness too, almost as though it's welcoming me back. And I reach out, almost expecting something to grab my hand, but there's nothing. Nothing and no one. And all at once, I feel incredibly alone. Iggy. I look around. Where's that coming from? It feels like it's coming from everywhere and nowhere at all. What do you want, Iggy? What do I want? What kind of question is that? What do you wish for more than anything else in the whole world? I don't know? I think about my life. Think about my apartment in Brookside. Think about my friends. Bucks and Hanar, Gidget and Orlam, Genzo. I clench my eyes shut tighter. My heart feels confused. Like it wants something, but it doesn't even know what. And somehow that thought is so terrifying that it would rather just not want it at all. Man, this looks like your bedroom, Gelato. Is my bedroom just darkness? I didn't know that about my own bedroom. I didn't know my bedroom lied within the goddamn void. That would be an interesting sleep situation, you know? How do I know where the bed is if everything is just void? I don't know. I don't know what I want. My fingers are starting to tingle. First tiny nibbles of numbness, then building into incessant zaps of electricity. Up my arms they go, growing and growing into my chest, into my stomach, shooting down into my legs. And loud, so loud I can't hear, can't think. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, my mind goes blank. I wonder if we'll end up in the same place. Probably. I don't see why not. Iggy? I hear my name. That voice again. The one that wraps around me like a warm blanket. Iggy! Is it morning? I don't remember going to sleep. In fact, I don't remember much at all. But I don't mind. As long as that voice keeps saying my name. My lips curl into a smile as I try to turn over and drift back into nothingness. Can't we skip some of the parts we've seen before? Probably not, considering that there's going to be dialogue here and there that is different. You gotta remember, that's just how time loops work. Time loops in games, you gotta go through the same sentences. Just 5 more minutes. For fuck's sake, Eggs, you're gonna get yourself buried in there. My eyes snap open. This isn't my bed. In fact, this isn't even my room. And these certainly aren't my stuffed animals. My hundreds of stuffed animals. And the pile of them has overtaken the entire corner of the room, almost like someone spilled a gigantic box of them in through a hole on the roof. A very, very high hole in the roof. I stare up at the same hole now, blinking in silence. Until an orange-capped head overtakes my view. Good morning, Starshine! The Earth says hello! Genzo. Genzo, the hole. We fell through the hole. Very good, Iggy. We did fall through the hole. Genzo janks me up by my wrist, extracting me from the pile of animals. It takes every ounce of concentration I have not to fall straight back to the floor. And now we're at the bottom of the hole, because that's what happens when you fall down the hole. I pat my head, my cheeks, my waist, the sides of my legs. But did we really? My gaze wanders to the rest of the room. It's somehow just like I remember it. The warm grain of the hardwood floor, the rounded windows, the crackling fire with nearby stove, kettle already on the boiler, and the small table in the middle of the room, half-eaten cookies, cakes, and sweets still litter its checkered cloth. This is... This is some grade A fucked up shit is what this is. But hey, what else is new, am I right or am I right? The sound snaps me out of my wonderment, and I turn back to Genzo, who's currently testing out the stability of one of the chairs. I only realize at that moment that he's not wearing his glasses. Genzo, where... Except I don't finish, because Genzo has turned to look at me. Like, at me. His dark brown eyes dilating just slightly as his focus shifts. I step back so quickly I knock my head against the cupboard behind me. Fuck Genzo, you... I rub the back of my head with a wince. Yeah. You mean you can actually... You can? What do you want me to do? I wasn't gonna lie. I gnaw on my top lip. I can't stop staring. The weirdest feeling is curling up around my heart. A mixture of guilt and... something else. Worry? Embarrassment? Genzo scowls and jerks his head away. What am I? The new exhibit at the Louvre? The Louvre? What the hell is the Louvre? What am I? The new exhibit at the Louvre? Cut that out already. He adjusts his cap in obvious discomfort. Besides, it's not like this is permanent. Yeah, but still. You mean you're not even at all... Oh yeah, I had my obligatory teary-eyed moment. Cradled you in my arms as I wept like a fucking baby. Somebody even started playing I Can See Clearly Now. Loudly. On a recorder. Straight into my ear. But fuck that, I'm not gonna let myself get separated from reality, and I'm sure as hell not staying down here any longer than we need to. This is wrong. All of it. We're not supposed to be here. I finally pull my gaze away, attention returning to our quaint surroundings and nostalgic smell of spice curling up inside my nasal cavity. I bring a hand up to my hair, trying to calm the errant curls. I'm suddenly feeling very self-conscious about how I look. I can't argue that. Somehow I don't know. It's like looking behind the curtains at something I'm not supposed to see. I will say though, Iggs, you turned out exactly how I always pictured in my head. Genzo puts his hands on his hips. This shoots my head up. Oh? How's that? Like a loser. You fucker. I jump at him before I can stop myself, grabbing at the collar of his jacket. He laughs. Then, just as quickly as I'd come rushing over, he throws me down and pins me to the floor. My head rings from the impact. Damn, haven't been able to do that in a while. Genzo grins goes from ear to ear. I push fruitlessly against his shoulders. Because it was something I sorely missed, I say with a roll of my eyes. He stares there for a moment, just looking down at me. Okay, now you're weirding me out. I give another push, trying to jerk away. Okay, now you're just weirding me out. This seems to snap him out of it because he gives his head a little shake and rolls off. Jesus, sorry. He rubs at his face. Maybe I hit my head too hard falling down the hole, eh? He then laughs. Damn, all the memories though. He pushes himself up to his feet. Remember the first time when we had no idea how to get back? So we all just piled onto the bed because we were so fucking exhausted? I throw a glance at the bed in question before following suit. It looks so small now. But back then, it had fit all 5 of us. Well, mostly. Pretty sure I kicked Orlam off. It's true though. The more I looked around, the more comes back. Starting out as nothing more than flickering images. Then, like snowballs, rolling themselves into full-fledged memories. The 5 of us huddled together beneath the blankets, tired and scared and unsure how we were going to get home. Only to wake up the next morning and back in our own beds as though nothing happened. And then later that day, we'd all been too scared to say anything, just sitting there picking out our food, silent as the grave at lunch. Until Genzo had popped the question we'd all been waiting for, and it'd been like the floodgates had gone off. All of us laughing, recounting our adventures, excitedly planning when to go back again. Then, the thought of it brings a smile to my face, and I let my thumb trace over the round curve of the bottom bedpost. You think the rest of those fuckers are here then? Genzo says it so softly I'm not even sure he's talking to me at first. I turn away from the bed to find him investigating the kettle. He pokes it with his finger, then immediately pulls away with the winds, bringing the tip of his fingers to his mouth. I don't know, but somehow it feels like... Before I can finish my aimless thought, the sound of footsteps cut me off. Heavy, marsh-like, again and again, steady and methodical. I throw a glance at Genzo, then both of us dash towards the window. We squeeze our heads inside the rounded frame, I seeking out the source of the sound. But even as I'm crouched there, waiting, a trickle of dread begins pooling in my bowels. Almost like I'm watching a scary movie. I know there's a scare coming. I lick my lips, tighten my fingers around the sill, and then they come. 2 by 2, they round the corner. Crisp and methodical. Spears swinging in sync. I hear Genzo's breath hitch next to me, but neither of us say a word. Somehow, it's like we were both expecting this. The rabbit in the lead comes to an abrupt halt, his ears standing straight up like lightning rods baiting a storm, and his nose twitches once, twice, 3 times. Reed, you had a pee-pee break? Hold on, what are you talking about now? What the hell are you talking about? Did I have a break around this time? Probably. I don't remember that last time we were here. He spins around, and the rabbits behind him jump into gawkish salutes. The dread in my guts is building. I can feel myself starting to sweat. Where is he? Where is he? The high-pitched squawk rattles the window pane. Oh, the next scene? Right, it's the guy that's like, oh, he told me he was gonna go take a piss, and then, yeah, I remember. I remember what happens. Listen, I forget sometimes, okay? The high-pitched squawk rattles the window pane, and I bring my hands up to my ears on instinct. No. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. The other rabbits seem confused. They remain quiet, simply retching their heads back and forth in search of some unknown entity. Sentry 218, you overgrown rodents! Forgive you this time? Thank you for your forgiveness. I wasn't asking for it, but, you know, it's nice to have. This prompts an about-face from the soldiers in the battalion, who quickly spin on their heels to face the single rabbit at that back. The only one without a partner. The rabbit in question flinches and steps back. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact of the lead rabbit's boots on the hard earth make the walls of our small college... I can't read today. Each impact of the lead rabbit's boots on the hard earth makes the walls of our small cottage shake as he storms to the back of the rank. His next words are screeched to less than an inch from the lone soldier's fidgeting nose. I thought I told you to keep that buck in line, sentry. I pause. He grabs the other rabbit's ear, half yanking it out of his skull in order to read what looks like some sort of metal tag affixated to the mangled cartilage. 104. He lets go of the ear, and 104's head jolts backwards. So tell me then, where is 218? It's at this point that I pull away from the window. I slam my back to the wall. I don't want to watch. I know what's going to happen. I don't know how I know. I somehow just know. You okay, Iggs? Let me take a little screenshot of that. There we go. You okay, Iggs? I'm fine. Except I don't know what to say. Don't know how to explain it. that overwhelming sense of dread currently paralyzing my body. Genzo watches me for a second, not saying anything, then returns his gaze to the window. I see him wince, twitch, but when his eyes start to bulge out of his head, I quickly twist away. Hands tight around my ears, I stare at the far wall. Stare at the pattern on the bed sheets. I try to summon the mental image again, of all of us in the bed, cozy and warm. Someone's tucking us in, reading us a story, kissing our heads. In my head, I glance up to see a pair of long, droopy ears. Fuck. This jolts me back to reality and the rabbits outside. I glance up just as Genzo's face goes completely white. Jesus. I wait another second. Then... Are they gone? Yeah, they're leaving. I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding and slump away from the wall. Good call looking away, Eggs. I'm definitely going to have to see a therapist about what I just saw in 4 or 5 years. What happened down here? I finally managed. Something that wasn't supposed to, that's for sure. He throws another glance at the window. We're really going out there then? I sigh. Run a hand through my hair. I mean, and do we really have a choice at this point? All of this feels like I bring a hand up wistfully. Like everything's made up and the points don't matter. I shoot Genzo a dirty look. Hey, my life is basically an improvised tragic comedy already. How much worse could it get? I don't respond. But something churning in my gut tells me it's about to get worse. A lot worse. You don't say. Let's see if this time we can avoid the murderous crowds and, well, everything else that also happened. I can't remember everything. The rabbit that chased us. We don't cross the bridge where the little guy is trying to help us out because he leads us to our deaths. I remember that much. There's the giant tongue eyeball thing. There's like the town, right, where Gidget is at. And then there's the kingdom, which is pretty obvious to avoid. God damn. The two of us look down at the dead body of Sentry 104. I've got one hand over my mouth and am trying my best not to gag. Yeah, let's talk. Let's walk on the tongue again. We might have to. I'm not sure if we can avoid everything we've already, gone through. I imagine there's gonna have to be, a split in how things go down this time around. And I also don't know how many times we're gonna, loop around. Because there's, 5 arcs in total, so I don't know if we're gonna be restarting every time a new arc begins. Unsure. I'm very unsure about how this will go down. That was one hell of a nasty wallop, Genzo grimaces. A pause. A real clunker. Another pause. I mean, that really must have hurt. And another pause. Just look at the way his brain is squirting up between the cracks in his skull. Genzo, your commentary is not appreciated. Let's be honest, when is it ever? I ignore him and glance. Instead, at our surroundings, my stomach still turning flip-flops. And there's no sign of the battalion now. They've disappeared somewhere amongst the trees further down the left path. Not that the right feels any more promising. I follow it with my gaze and as it winds around a pair of crooked trees before disappearing behind an upraised mound of meadow grass. Genzo tucks his cap over his tousled hair. Which way then? I would suggest we don't follow the homicidal rabbits, but that's just me, Genzo muses. Yeah, both paths are still and empty, and for the life of me, I can't form a clear mental image of what's down either of them. My memories are too scattered and vague. Well, I am a little bit curious about what happens if we go towards where the battalion went. It'll probably lead to our deaths. Go the other way? Which way is the other way? I guess like the way we've already gone? Pre-death? We don't know. I mean, this is a different... I don't know. Ah. Did I save? I think I literally just saved and forgot. Let's just go left again, I guess. We'll go left then. Genzo blinks. Wait, that's the direction they just went. He points to the left, then the right, then crosses his fingers with a bemused raise of his brow. I scratch at the back of my neck. I mean, you know, to always keep them in our sight? Besides, there might be more of these battalions. Don't you think it would be better to go in the same direction as their patrol? Genzo opens his mouth, closes it. I mean, sure, I suppose. Then it's settled. Yeah, sure. Well, his face betrays his verbal agreement. We start off and to the left, perusing the road we'd seen the battalion disappear down earlier. The landscape is open at first, giving view to looping hills and far-off flower fields. You think they'll take you to the castle straight or just straight up kill us? I'm unsure, actually. I don't know. If they catch us slacking over here, they might just straight up kill us? Because there was that one rabbit that also like was... Because when we went to the right the first time around, we just straight up were in combat, essentially. The landscape is open at first, giving view to looping hills and far-off flower fields. But soon the trees grow thicker, and as the path winds up left and right, the surrounding scenery disappears from sight. It's darker now. The leaves form a reddish-pink wall around us, and it's quiet too. No breeze, no insects, no birds. Everything is weirdly still. Are you starting to feel really weird, or is it just me? Genzo hisses, his voice no more than a whisper. Something does feel a bit off, I reply as I glance around. It's then that I see it. Just up ahead, the battalion has stopped in the middle of the path. Genzo quickly yanks the back of my shirt, pulling me off and into the trees with a hissed curse. But whether it was fast enough or not is yet to be determined. I see the ears of the rabbits twitch left, then right. He turns around with a shuddered jerk. He looks from rabbit to rabbit. His entire head twitches. There's someone here. His eyes dilate, then undulate. He blinks and twists his nose. I can smell them. Someone, sir? The left rabbit of the foremost pair asks hesitantly. Yes! The lead rabbit wrenches his gaze towards his underling, sending spittle and snot flying across the battalion. You question my olfactory perception? No, sir. Of course not, sir. The lead rabbit skulks forward as the other rabbits are out of the way. Drool drips from the gooey waddle of fur beneath his shin. At first, his route seems meandering, a bit to the left, a bit to the right, the other rabbits jumping back each time he changes direction. Sooner, however, his destination seems all too clear. He's coming toward us. Genzo, I whispered with a shuddered breath. Genzo's grip on my shirt tightens. Come on. He tugs me back further into the trees and towards a patch of brush. What we don't anticipate, however, is the hidden slope of the earth. Genzo goes first, his feet sliding out from beneath him, and before he can even has a chance to think about letting me go, he takes me with him. We go tumbling down into the leaves and twigs in a flurry of snips and snaps. Genzo's back slams into the trunk of a wide oak, and I follow a beat behind, getting the breath stolen out of me as my diaphragm collides with his chest. My head reels. My shin, something hit my shin. My knee, I can taste blood in my mouth. I bring a hand to my forehead with a groan. Then, finally wrench my eyes open. I only see Genzo looking at me in sheer terror. No, not at me. Past me. I turn around. to see the lead rabbit mere inches from my head. My heart leaps out of my chest, and I scramble back against Genzo in an effort to put any distance I can between myself and those yellow eyes. Found you, the rabbit smiles through his crooked teeth. I didn't register what happens after that. 1 second, my breath is coming down hot on my face, and his breath is coming down hot on my face and neck, and the next, there's a hole in my stomach. I cough, sputter, blink in disbelief. The spear is through me. Another cough. This time, blood bubbles up between my lips, forming a shuddering balloon that sputters inky redness across my cheeks and nose when it pops. Genzo! But Genzo's silent behind me. There's a strange warmth swirling around me, swirling up through me. Blood pumps out from the puckered skin and up my stomach across the handle of the spear, coating my fingers, spilling onto the ground. My vision warps. Through the darkening cloud, I see the rabbit reach down, yellow eyes like headlights of a car in the fog. I don't know why he'd kill us, since, like, from what we remember, like, there are orders to take us specifically to the king. So I don't know. This death is a little, like, I guess maybe you could argue this particular commander is tweaking the fuck out and just pokes us. Because he's clearly not doing so well. The other one from the other battalion in the kingdom was, like, okay and normal. So, like, he just took us back. But this one, yeah, I could understand how this one might just murk us. The game wanted it to go right. Listen, I didn't know, okay? He grabs my face, my cheeks, claws curling into my skin. We'll be eaten well tonight. Then everything goes black. Well, at least we figured out that's a death. Unfortunately, you were skewered. But the rabbits did eat well that night. Would you like to restart from before your recent choice? Blah, 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 blah. Yes. Just skip all this, and we go to the right. Oh. Okay, there we go. It's quiet as we walk. Wait. The game is gonna choose for us? Hold on. When am I ever? Okay, I ignore him and glance instead at our surroundings. My stomach still turning flip-flops. Let's be honest, when is it ever? Sorry. There's not a sign of the battalions now. They've disappeared somewhere among the trees, further down the left path. Not that the right feels any more promising. I follow it with my gaze as it winds around a pair of crooked trees before disappearing behind an upraised mound of meadow grass. Genzo tugs his cap over his tousled hair. Which way then? Actually, scratch that. The decision seemed pretty clear to me. We're going right. Don't know what it is, but somehow even thinking about going the other way is giving me the heebie-jeebies. The heebie-jeebies. I don't know about you. I gnaw on my lip and glance back to the left. He's not wrong. The longer I gaze down the path, the more tiny pinpricks of anxiety run up my spine. I bring a hand to my stomach, half expecting to see a nice big hole running through it. I swallow hard. Okay. That dialogue is interesting. We already know time looping's a thing. I never took into account that the time loop may also be in, like, happening every time we die. Which would make sense story-wise, because, you know, we already know that some kind of time shenanigan is going on. So the fact that they start getting, like, weird feelings and prickly sensations whenever the other option that'll kill him is being considered is interesting. Just gonna put that in the back of my brain. I swallow hard. Yeah, I think that's for the best. It's quiet as we walk. The tall clusters of fiery red corridors are corridors us in a the tall clusters of fiery red corridor us in as the river of dust directs us left and right like the water in a canyon. You know, this probably isn't even the first loop. Or you're just dumb. I mean, maybe it's completely possible that like this isn't our second loop. I think is what you meant. Or yeah, the first loop, that this isn't the first time we go back here. Completely possible. I mean, I'm still banking on the last time we went in here being the first time because I still feel like the time loop starts with that wish. It has to, because in order for him to be able to make that wish to not ever have existed, he needs to have existed in the first place to make the wish. So it's just like a little paradox. So like this Wonderland just makes... It's still weird that like Wonderland can affect like things outside of Wonderland, because that... Yeah, like, that's weird. I'm still thinking about that. I'm just like, this jars my mind. Above us, the sky glitters a sunny orange. And on our either side, strange flowers of blues, purples, and teals dot the grass between the trees. Oh, right, I forgot to ask. Genzo's hands are in his pockets. What did you wish for? I blink. A frown. My thoughts go back to that voice. You know what's also a clue to what you just like said, that this may not even be our first time looping? Now that I remember, when he gets us out of the way of when we meet the rabbit down this road and he gets us out of the way, and his excuse is just like, I just heard him like moving, right? That could also be a clue that this may not be the first loop. Now I'm gonna like be paying attention to like every piece of dialogue and be like, oh wait a minute, this could be a piece of clue, a piece of evidence. A piece of clue, I can't talk. My thoughts go back to that voice, and the feeling of emptiness as I fell through the hole, and the confusion, the uncertainty, and maybe even the tiniest twinge of fear? Fear? What am I afraid of? I shake my head to clear the thoughts. Nothing, I finally say. So, this is so interesting you can't even joke. It's right? Nothing? I look away, force a shrug. I guess I couldn't think of anything. Damn, I guess you've got it made, huh? Genzo laughs. I don't respond. I chew on the inside of my cheek and glance over at Genzo. You know what's another thing? Now that if Iggy and Genzo are having weird, like, deja vu moments, it's completely possible that the other characters we may also see them having similar, like, moments where they have, like, where maybe they're thinking or mentioning something, or there's a shift in their face that may also indicate that they too can feel the time loop happening. Because if it's happening, at first I personally thought it was only going to be Iggy, but if it's also Genzo, then it's completely possible all 5 of them are having the same, like, you know, depending on, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, the stimuli, right? Like, memory. It's kind of like memory. If something stimulates that memory of this already happened, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if that happens or not with the other characters as well. I chew on the inside of my cheek and glance over at Genzo. I still haven't gotten used to seeing him without his glasses, walking like that, looking at me. A part of me is nervous about it. Nervous about what it could do to him, having to go back to reality after this. Nervous that he might actually want to stay here somehow. I don't know. And I can't possibly feel like he's feeling right now, so I have no idea what's going on in his head. And then the other part of me feels happy? Being able to look into his eyes, knowing that he sees me. Why would that make me happy? I don't know. What, that he sees what I look like now and didn't go running for the hills? Didn't start treating me differently? Still smiles at me? Somehow that smile, it's like that little squeeze he gave me on my shoulder only the day before. Warm and reassuring. Non-judgmental. We round another corner. This time, the path opens up into a small clearing. An outcropping of rocks overlooks a small pond at the other end. From its peaks flow a miniature waterfall, light reflecting off the steady drizzle. I take a step forward toward the pond, only to gasp and step back. Wait a minute. This exact pond. I know this pond. Fuck, it's happening again. What is it, Iggs? It's just... Then that's when I see it. The rabbit soldier coming around the corner. Fuck. I take a step backward, then another. Then quickly twist on my heels and slam straight into Genzo. For one fleeting moment, he somehow keeps his balance. Then his feet twist beneath him. He goes down. The sound of him hitting the ground sends the rabbit's ears skyward. His head jerks in our direction. Who's there? His spear is already at the ready. Shit. Genzo scrambles back to his feet. I'm sorry, I sputter with a flustered wave of my hands. You're apologizing now? What, the murder rabbit beneath our neck? Breathing down our necks? He's got a point. I turn to see the rabbit staring straight at us. And I swear I see the tip of his spear glint. Genzo grabs my arm and pulls me behind him. The rabbit cocks his head first to the left, then the right. His right eye twitches, then widens. You're that fella the king told us to watch out for. He chuckles, laughs, licks his lips. I'll get a promotion for sure if I bring you in. Fresh meat for weeks. No more of that slop. He readjusts his grip on his spear, then charges. Iggy, run! I hear Genzo yell a second before his hand finds my shoulder and pushes me away. But even as I stumble forward, I don't miss the rabbit making a beeline toward Genzo. He's headed straight for him, spear out front and glinting in the peebled light. What the hell does that word even mean? In the peebled light flittering in through the trees. Fuck. I guess push him out of the way? Save here? Save here. There we go. There's no way I'm leaving him here. I dig my heels into the ground and stop my backward motion, then redirect myself forward. I'll only have a second. 1 second. I go careening toward him with everything I have, hands outstretched. And I only just make out him turning toward me in surprise before my palms hit his shoulder. There's an audible oomph. Then he goes rocketing backwards, half stumbling to the ground. I'm allowed a half second of victory, then with a gut-jolting rip. Okay, every move we make, the rabbit's spear goes in one side of me and out the other. Oh. The head of the spear sticks out somewhere by my left kidney, dripping bits of goo and tissue onto the ground. Then Genzo's just standing there, staring at me. His face has gone white. Iggy? He brings a shaky hand up, his eyes trembling in their sockets. Off to the side, the rabbit snorts. You're not the one I wanted. Then he swings his spear, hard. The momentum sends me flying off the end, whirling and spinning until I land with a crack against the side of the tree, my glasses bouncing off my nose. You died? Yeah, I kind of forgot the lesson I learned the last time, which is, don't ever do anything physical, because then, you just died. You turned around for 1 second? Listen, I thought we were supposed to do the thing Iggy did for us, which is push him away from the spear. But apparently, no. Just, never... I fucking hate that. I kinda hate that. I'm not gonna lie. I kinda hate how it's like, do the obvious, like, helpful thing, and then it's like, actually, no, go fuck yourself. Like, okay, then. I'm just gonna be a coward the rest of the game. I sink to the ground. There's this puddle forming around me. A thick, gooey one. Blood leaking out from both sides of me like a double-ended faucet. I hear a shout. Genzo sounds mad. Madder than I've ever heard him before, but I can't turn to look. I can't move anything. All I can do is lie here shivering in my own soup. Do not ever describe your own bleeding-ass soup. That's just gross. I'm sorry, Genzo. I'll do better next time. Alright, so remind me that whenever we're giving a choice, just like, never let me do the physical thing. Because this guy just can't. We're just not allowed to do anything useful. Unfortunately, you were kebabbed. But you'll do better next time. Would you like to... blah, 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 blah? Yes, last choice. Good choice. Thank you, game, for constantly reassuring me. Yes, okay, he licks his lips. Okay, no more of that slop. Then we start running away. Iggy, run! I hear Genzo yell a second before his hand finds my shoulder and pushes me away. You might get new dialogue from your death, so maybe, but I kinda doubt it. I kinda doubt it. Not anything that tells us like anything too interesting. I think you're right, but it'll just be like something tells me this way is the wrong way, you know, that type of dialogue. But even as I stumble backwards, I don't miss the rabbit making a beeline towards Genzo. He's heading straight for him, spear out front and glinting in the peebled light flittering in through the trees. Fuck. My gut instinct is to push him out of the way, but an alarm bell is going off in the back of my head, telling me to do what he said. Run instead. I bring my hands to my head, fingers shaking. No, I've got to run. Run! Not giving myself another moment to second-guess myself, I twist on my heels. I make it about 5 flying leaps away before I glance back just in time to see Genzo narrowly avoid being skewed by the rabbit's spear. Something tells me I should look Gelato up on the no-fly list. What does my name... what does my name... like... Why would you look me up on the no-fly list? I'm a god, first of all. I can go anywhere I want. And how can Genzo, like... Okay, Genzo is just more physically fit than us, it seems. I glance back in just in time to see Genzo narrowly avoid being skewed by the rabbit spear. The rabbit goes careening past him, plunging the head of the spear into a tree instead. Thank fucking god. Just as I turn back to look where I'm going, I gracefully trip over a stone in the middle of the path and hit the dirt. Oh, Lafolda. But I don't have a chance to finish my self-deprecating thought. Because in the next moment, Genzo has me by the collar and is yanking me back to my feet with a hurried huff. You choose now to be a clumsy-ass motherfucker? I stumbled after him, waving a few wide curves before falling in step behind him. I didn't choose the clumsy life. The clumsy life chose me, I say between choked breaths. I see Genzo shake his head in amused disbelief. We go flying down the path, away from the dense outcropping of the trees and out along a slowly gurgling river. I'm just about to turn back to check for any sign of a rabbit friend when Genzo goes skidding to a halt next to me. And I follow suit, eyes growing 10 times the size of my head. The ground in front of us is no longer, well, ground. It looks soft, lumpy, and pink. A giant slab of looping flesh splayed out across the path and wide, 20-30 feet across. It's a tongue. And it's connected to the largest eyeball I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. It's round and wet and sitting in the edge of the cliff face as though perched atop a throne. At our approach, its oversized pupils swivel with an almost audible rumble to stare straight at us. What the actual fuck? I don't, I'd been about to say what I don't remember that thing being here before, but my head's so jumbled up at this point, I can't say for sure what I remember and what I don't. So instead I just gulp and look up at that thing, a burgeoning sense of nausea turning my bowels into stone. I take back every moment in my prepubescent years where I wish I could get some tongue. I quickly scan our surroundings, looking first at the steep rocks to our left and then to the river on our right. Just as I'm studying the intricacies of the water patterns, I feel a tug on the hem of my shirt. My head snaps down before refocusing themselves just in time to take in the sight of a small creature staring up at me. I fell backwards with a cry of surprise. What the hell is that thing? Genzo comes up behind me just as I've recovered enough to ponder the same question myself. It's small, only coming up to my knees, but its head is large, puffy and oblong and red, bright red, almost like a tomato. You want something, little guy? I ask as I pop a squat. It warbles something incomprehensible, then wiggles its tentacle-like arms off to the right. I turn my gaze in the direction it's pointing to see a neat wooden bridge stretched across the width of the river. A bridge? My brows burrow. My brows furrow. Jesus. Wait a minute. Bridge. Why is the word bridge sticking out like a sore thumb in the deep recess of my mind? It must be in Genzo's too. Something's not sitting right with me about this, eggs. The creature continues to joggle its arms happily. It certainly seems like it wants to help us, but Genzo's right, something feels off, really off. In fact, the more I think about it, the more the feeling grows. What's trustworthy, little guy? It's not worth enough in this place. You know what to do, Gelato. Yeah, we're not gonna head that way, is what we're gonna do. Tiny prickles, like teeth sinking into my skin, are running up and down my arms and neck. There you are! I spin around, only to see the rabbit at the end of the path, a spear pointed right at us. My heart abruptly drops into my stomach. Fuck, Genzo takes a step backwards. Even our tiny acquaintance brings its arms up to its mouth in fear. And I can already see the rabbit rearing up for a charge. I have to make a choice now, except that I'm not given the chance. Because in an instant, Genzo grabs my wrist and begins tugging me towards the ton. What are you doing? Sorry, Eggs, but we're not going with that thing. And I just have a really, really bad feeling about this. And I don't resist. He's got a point after all. We clamber on top of it, just as the sound of racing footsteps fills the air behind us. Immediately, I roll forward to escape the edge and the rabbit's potential grip, flopping down on top of the porous mass. Once Genzo is safe next to me, I throw a glance back to see the rabbit glaring at us angrily from solid ground. He's not following us, I muse. Genzo's eyes him warily. I mean, I certainly wouldn't follow us if I were him. I push myself shakily to my feet and try to take a step, but promptly slip and fall face first into the pink pulp. Next to me, Genzo is crawling forward on all fours, his face betraying his disgust. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever done in my life. He pauses, raises a finger in the air. Scratch that. Second most disgusting thing. I shakily rise up on my hands, fingers sinking into the tongue's flesh. Why do I feel like I don't even want to know? I wince and follow after him, saliva quickly saturating the knees of my jeans. It's slow going. I keep my eyes strained forward as I crawl, trying not to look or think about the viscosity seeping underneath my fingernails. But we're halfway there, halfway across the vast ocean of pink. We just need to keep moving. It's at that point the tongue moves. I'm gonna go take a little break. I shall be right back. Right freaking back. I return, and you forgot what you were gonna say. That's okay. It happens to the best of us. I should know. I am the best of us. Wink, wink. Anyhow, at a moment, it's at that moment that the tongue moves. It starts as a low rumble, then the salmon-colored flesh begins to undulate, giving rise to the rippling tremors that send our bodies bobbing. Genzo? I attempt to crawl toward him just as a veritable mountain of flesh rises up from the ground, taking us with it. The fuck? Genzo loses his balance and lands with a splat on his back, his hands to his head. The growing hulk takes us up, higher and higher, before just as suddenly shifting gears and rolling like a wave. The upsurge of flesh ripples, crests, then surges forward, taking us with it. I lose track of up from down, slipping and sliding across the slick surface. And only once it slows to a stop, and my body slides limply down the slide of flesh, do I notice how close we are to the all-seeing eye. Genzo glides down next to me. Neither of us makes a sound as the warbling pupil of the eye dilates, refocuses, and stares straight through us. And I can see tiny twitches of movement, just ever so slight, jumping back and forth between us. Quiet. Moisture dribbles down my forehead and cheeks and past my collar to tickle my spine. Quiet. My hands move before I can stop it. It slaps down atop Genso's, seeking out that safety, seeking out that one feeling that could possibly calm the panic rising up in the back of my throat. I catch Genzo shooting me a look of unsure bewilderment as my fingers dig into his knuckles. We love this part. We. Are you French? But before either of us could do anything else, a sudden shadow overtakes us. I look up just as the tongue's giant tip curls around, stretching toward us like a prodding worm. A slab of wet flesh engulfs both of us at the same time. Not this again. I don't like the sounds. It presses into our necks, chest and faces, squirming and wriggling, and I retch my head to the side with a gasp to keep from suffocating. Massive globules of slick saliva drip onto my head, cling to my curls, drip over my eyes. It oozes and crawls up and down my skin, grinding into my hair, slurping at my ear, my shin, my collarbone. The panic is rising up again, clawing at my chest. I can't breathe. I can't see. It's in my hair and eyes and pressing against my mouth. My hand is so tight around Genzo's now, I can feel it shaking. And that's when Genzo's hand moves. It twists away and out of my grip, and for a moment my heart freezes with a cold dread. Then it twists back, repositioning itself even through the sticky sliminess of the saliva so that it can take my hand properly, fingers intertwining with my own. The dread melts away, and the panic twists my shoulders into knots, uncoils itself. I'm breathing properly again. Even through the mucus-like muck. Even through the wriggling leech sucking at my cheeks and forehead. I focus only on his hand. Finally, the tongue pulls away, leaving me looking like I've just been frisked by a slug. Alright, can we stop now, right? I too very much dislike that sound. I peer over the bleary lens of my glasses at Genzo, who looks similarly depredated. If I never have to experience that again, it'll be too soon. But no sooner has Genzo's smart retort left his mouth than the giant watery pupil of our captor moves. It whirls backwards, pulling a full circle before returning to its previous position. Only this time sporting thousands and thousands of tiny lines. One of the lines pops open, revealing smaller eye, followed by another, then another, popping up by the hundreds, countless dots of white atop the shuddering surface. Then the biggest line of them all, one that bisects the entire eye, splits wide open with a giant roar. I always wanted to be appetizing, but not like this, Genzo screams as the creature shrieks again. Behind us, the tip of the tongue has uncurled itself, and now the entire tongue is rising, tilting, forming one momentous slide of doom that ends straight inside the nightmare's mouth. I scramble into motion, but the higher the tongue tilts, the further I sit up, the further I slip. It's all I can do to keep from tobogganing straight into the ever-widening maw. Iggy! Through my panic, I see Genzo brandishing what appears to be a screwdriver. Never leave the workshop without it. Genzo, is this really the time for... Before I can finish my question, he slams the sharp metal end into the quivering flesh of the tongue. The reaction is immediate. The beast howls, so loud it feels as though my heart's twisted into variable nothingness. Then the tongue jerks, flails, writhes in pain. Grab onto me! I don't have to be told twice. Now I launch myself at Genzo and lash onto his waist. Never before had I held him to something so tight. I dig my face into his belly, my breath hot against a swath of his exposed skin. Focus on Genzo. Focus on Genzo. I close my eyes, clinging as tightly as I can and trying to block everything else out. Everything but the feeling of warmth beneath my arm and against my cheek. Above me, Genzo's clutching desperately at the handle of the screwdriver, jaw taut and muscles tight. Another roar from down below. It's getting really angry now. The tongue bucks, thrashes, but somehow I keep my grip on Genzo. And somehow Genzo keeps his grip on the screwdriver. The roar morphs into a wail. It's at the moment that I feel something on my leg. Oh, it clenches around my ankle with a snap, jerking me down a good few inches on Genzo's waist. I let out a squawk of surprise and tighten my grip. And it's another tongue. This one long and thin and still very much porous and pink. And it's curled itself around so tight around my leg that it's cutting off the circulation in my foot. This hasn't happened before. Happened before? How could this have happened before? I shake my head, shake my leg, but its grip remains strong and it gives another tug. Even as I squeeze my arms around Genzo, I can feel myself slip another inch downward. Genzo? I see him readjust his grip on the screwdriver. Just fingers shaking. His fingers shaking. Another tug. Harder this time. I've slipped down around Genzo's knees by this point. If it keeps this up, it could pull us both down. Unless... Well... We could try kicking off. But... Okay. I kinda don't know what to pick here. Because every time we try to do something physical, it just ends with us dead. Maybe this time it'll be different. Maybe. I'm unsure. I highly doubt it. If we let go, we clearly just die. Because we'll just fall. Okay, let's just hope, like, common sense wins the day this time around. My gut instinct is to get the thing off me no matter what it takes. So I reel my leg back and kick out with all the momentum I can muster. I manage to liberate my foot for all of 1 second. Then the tongue loops itself back around my ankle in one snake-like motion and gives a yank that sends me down Genzo's shoes. Yiggy? Genzo's eyes have gone wide with fear. I try to strengthen my grip, pull myself up to his leg, but my arms are already starting to shake, and that thing is coiling even tighter on my calf. Shit. It's all I can do to keep myself from sliding straight off. I clench my eyes shut and bite down on my tongue, keeping my focus on the arm lock I have around Genzo's leg. Another tug. It's got my whole leg now, giving it an even better grip. I throw a helpless glance up at Genzo. Just hold on, Iggs. I hear his voice crack. Another tug. His face goes white. Before I have a second to wonder why, I notice my arms are no longer gripping his ankles. I've slipped. My stomach flips downwards towards my throat, as the pink flesh of the tongue below looms suddenly closer, closer, closer. Then, with whip-like efficiency, the miniature tongue wrapping up my leg jerks me back and toward the open maw of the eye like a frog catching a fly. It all happened so fast. In 1 second, I'm looking at the golden glow of the sky, and the next, my world goes dark. I slammed so hard on a spongy surface, the impact knocking the breath out of me and rattling my vision. I can feel myself sliding. Panic wells up inside my chest, and I throw my arms out in an attempt to stop my descent. I can see the glimmer of freedom up ahead and past its jaws, but it's growing smaller, fainter. I claw desperately, fingers grappling, feet digging, and wait for a moment. And for a moment, I actually start to move forward. Then something shoots out from behind me and lashes onto my arm. It's another one of those tentacle-like tongues, and it's followed by another and another. One wraps around my leg, around my waist, around my neck. I retch, struggling at the grip around my throat even as I try to push forward. But they're all over me now, coating me with sticky goop that coats my eyes and mouth and squishes between my fingers, down further and further. The light's growing smaller and I can't do anything about it. Benzo, my mind gives one last futile cry for help, and I'm falling back into the endless blackness. I'm floating, weightless. Water. And I can hear water. Am I dead? Well, you're gonna be in like a good hour, very painfully. And it's not gonna be fun. At all. Probably. I can assume. The air feels heavy around me. Heavy and moist. And that smell. Like a hard fart. It's horrible. Gurgling up inside my nasal cavity and coating my brain. I move my hand and I hear the water splash. I'm in the water? I open my eyes, but I can't see anything. Not much anyhow. It's dark and hot and the water is sizzling against the hair on my arm. Where am I? I try to move and the ground jiggles beneath my feet as I glide through the water. Hello? I managed to eke. I rub my eyes. My glasses are gone. I must have lost them at some point. And when I pull my fingers away, my eyes start to burn. I drift forward. I can make out a shape in front of me, but when I reach out, it's not what I expected. I reel back in surprise. A rabbit? Only it's not moving. It's half submerged in the water, its ears drooping and its head slumped. Half of its fur seems to have been eaten away, the skin pink and molten beneath, almost like it's been dissolved. I take a step back, my heart suddenly thumping louder in my chest. I glance down at the water, cup some in my hand. That's not water. My palms tingle, singes, stings the longer I hold it. Acid. I throw another glance around and see more looming, floating shapes. Stomach acid. No. I throw my arms around, stumble forward, splashing and sloshing. No. I need to get out, but there's nowhere to go. Pink fleshy walls tower above me on all sides. All I can do is stare up at the hole far above from me. More stings. My skin is tingling. I feel the acid slowly chewing away at the fabric of my pants and shirt, nibbling all the exposed skin of my arms. There's a spear right there. I'm sure we can grab that and just start poking the hell out of this thing from the inside out, you know? Like, just pull a Kratos real quick, you know? It's agonizingly slow. Pecking, picking, nipping in tiny little bites. And it's going to be a long time until I die. And I'm going to feel each and every little bit of it. My heart drops as I shudder. Gasp escapes my lips. I close my eyes and let myself sink into the soup. What, did I let myself get bored? Well, I didn't. I don't understand, but I think I understand at the same time. Okay. Let's just get to the part where we make a choice. I see him readjust his grip on the screwdriver, his fingers shaking. Another tug, harder this time. I step down around Genzo's knee by this point. If this keeps up, it could pull both of us down. Unless I do something? But what? I could try and kick it off, but if the gurgling feeling in my stomach is anything to go by, that's not going to have the results I want. But I don't really have much choice, do I? It's futile. There's nothing I can do. Nothing that'll get me out of this. I know it. But I can still save Genzo. And I can make it out of this. He can make it out of this. Find bugs, figure out what's going on. Fix all of this. But me? When have I ever been able to do anything? I let myself slip. Another few inches down Genzo's leg. My grip loosening. I'm the one who started all this anyway. I was the one who had us open the door. I'm the one who let things get this bad between us. I squeeze my eyes shut. Another tug on my leg pulls me down Genzo's feet. I'll use myself as a distraction. Make that thing devote all of its attention to me. Then Genzo should definitely be able to get away. I bite down on my lip and suck in my breath. One more tug and then my hand on my shoulder jolts me back to reality. I shoot my gaze skyward to see Genzo glaring down at me, his fingers clenched in the fabric of my shirt. Don't you fucking dare. I blink, eyes wide. Don't you give me that look. I know what you're thinking. But Genzo, we're getting out of this together. The crackle in his voice stops me in my tracks. And this time, when the tongue yanks down on my ankle, I squeeze myself against Genzo's calves, jaw clenched. Genzo's hand shoots back to the screwdriver to keep us from flying off. He grunts, looks from the screwdriver to the tongue to me. Then finally, can you reach my pocket? I'm not sure I want to try and take my hand off again. I can try, I wince and begin trying to pull myself back up. The eye must not like this because the tongue around my ankle gives its strongest tug yet, yanking me all the way down to Genzo's shoes. Shit. Genzo's eyes nearly bug out of their sockets. Just hold on, okay? He grits his teeth, and I see him taking a deep breath before grabbing for his pocket. His hand comes back out holding his lighter. How about a little tongue flam? He says, with a grin far too amused for our current situation. With one flick, two flicks, he sucks the flame dancing, then holds it up against where the point of the screwdriver is piercing the pink flesh. It takes about 5 seconds for the eye to react. There's another roar from behind us. Why couldn't he have done that when I was trying to fight the thing off? Huh? Then the grip on my ankle finally loosens, pulls away, as the larger tongue beneath us bucks and pops. Another roar, pain this time. I can practically see the surface of the tongue writhing and rolling away from the flame. Just then, when I wonder how much longer it can stand, its muscles beneath us grow suddenly taut. In one whip-like movement, the tongue reels back. then chucks us forward. Genzo and I go flying like rocks in a slingshot. First a few feet off over the ground, then slamming into the dirt and rolling 5 feet, 10 feet, 20. Before finally and unceremoniously slapping onto the pebble-strewn path like a pair of wet fish. Twin puddles of saliva turns the ground dark beneath us. My head's still spinning. I'm not even sure I'm still conscious at first. I open first one eye, then the next. Then with a groan that's half agony and half disgust, I push myself up on my palms. Thick, clammy strings of goo stretch between my skin and the puddle below. Genzo rolls over, and his cheeks are painted with glossy drool. Hey, Yiggs, if I ever ask how much worse could it get again, please just stab me right in the face, he says before hacking a gallon of saliva onto the ground. Well, we made it. I rub my face until it's raw. I feel disgusting. Dirty. Like I'll never be clean again. Like I've got eye saliva seeping into my crevices. Into crevices I didn't even know I had. We're in the shoals of the river, up to our knees in the water, rinsing our hair, our clothes, our mouths. Genzo's taken his jacket off and is kneeing it atop his knee like a washboard. His hair sticks up in errant, wet tufts that shudder with each jerk of his shoulders. I watch him for a few seconds. If we weren't in a horrific wonderland currently fighting for our lives just to survive, the sight might almost have been picturesque. Like the two of us were on a trip together, hiking or camping or something. The thought of Genzo trying to pitch a tent nearly summons a laugh from my lungs. Yeah, just the two of us. That'd be nice. I blink. Of course that'd be nice. Anything besides what we were currently doing would be nice right about now. Genzo sees me looking and shoots me a wave, nearly dropping his jacket back into the water in the process. I wave back, feeling somewhat awkward. Then begin limping back over to the grass. This whole thing has got my head all weird. So, Genzo claps his hands together once he makes it back to the bank. Now that we've almost died about 50 times, are we allowed to go back? He shrugs his jacket back on before pulling his cap over his curls. Not that I don't share your sentiment, but we've literally done nothing. We haven't even found anyone else yet. I was afraid you'd say something like that. Nevertheless, I, Genzo Ishihara, shall stay by your side as your loyal and trusted knight. Oh, and since when did you get all gallant? Last I checked, it was you who had always took off at the first sight of getting caught whenever we were doing something we weren't supposed to. He promptly slaps my shoulder. Since you lost fuck all reason and have been doing nothing but nearly getting us killed, you idiot. Somebody needs to be the brains of this outfit, and apparently it's not going to be Mr. Hotshot Programmer over here. Hey, He has a point, to be honest. My head's been a little all over the place. And another thing, Genzo rings back around, this time with a finger pointed right in my face. Not any more of that noble sacrifice shit out of you, and I'll off you myself. Are you really that anxious to throw your life away? Think a little more highly of yourself, would ya? I stand there in silence. I don't know what to say. Genzo huffs and crosses his arms across his chest, clearly peeved. Finally, sorry. I bring a hand up to my curls, scratch up my scalp, then turn my gaze towards the ground. Guess I wasn't really thinking. Genzo's face softens, hardens, and softens again. Yeah. Just don't do that. Don't do it again, yeah? You're, important to a lot of people. He lets his arms fall, then crosses them again. Anyhow, now what? We're no closer to finding anyone than we were before becoming Wonderland's most wanted. I run a hand through the damp ringlets of my hair and peer across the landscape. Before I can finish, a flash of movement catches my eye. I turn my attention towards the far bank, where the river twists around to form what looks like a small beach. A dock has been erected on the sand, and a small boat is slowly gliding its way over to the opposite direction. Genzo follows my gaze. He narrows his eyes. That's freakishly fortuitous. He's not wrong. But at the same time, no, I remember this. The sight of the miniature white riverboat is enough to bring fuzzy, shifting images bubbling to the surface of my brain. Yeah, and I remember when I used to have wet dreams every night during my teenage years. But you don't seem me anxious to return to that, do you? I ignore him, instead taking a step forward and toward the dock. Iggy? And then I'm off, jogging toward the boat and the river beyond. Fuck. Genzo clenches at his hat and starts after me. Can't you listen to your logically sound knight for a change? I get to the wooden steps of the dock just as the boat comes to a halt on the other end of the pier. Jesus, Genzo huffs behind me just as he runs to catch up. To the left of the dock is cherry red and white sign with the words Kitty Cruise on it. Past it, I see the river folk, with the right channel leading back along the direction we'd all just come, and the left leading deeper into the unknown. And I point toward the boat like some sort of overwrought tour guide. We can take this better than walking, that's for sure. Iggs, are you even listening to the words coming out of your mouth? And what does the logically sound knight suggest? Going back for a picnic with the giant man-eating eyeball? I jerk a thumb in the direction we came from. Genzo glances from me to the boat, then back to me. Come on, it'll be fine. Don't you remember riding this thing? You used to love it, I urge as I start up the steps. Iggy, Genzo follows, but none too happy. I just have a weird feeling is all. Almost like, except this sentence is cut off as he runs straight into my back with a pillowy oomph. A jovial laugh, high-pitched voice has stopped me in my tracks. We both just stand there for a moment, glancing at each other. Come and ride the Kitty Cruise and sail the waves for days. Adventure to you like you've never had, and then to your malaise. Someone singing? I step towards the railing, leaning over for a peek at the ground below. It's a flower. Brilliant white petals adorn its oversized head, and its glossy green leaves shimmy with its dance-like movements. Genzo steps up to the railing up next to me, blinking curiously. That's different. The flower twists atop its roots as though looking up at us. Flowey. Flowey the flower. Cap of orange, scant of height. The pallid yearnings you cloak in trite are more glaring than your loss of sight. I raise a brow. What's that supposed to mean? It means the Shiki flower is about to get its roots flayed, that's what. Genzo starts, climbing up and over the railing. The flower brings its leaves up to its shocky yellow gynecium, as though slapping its hands to its cheeks in fright. It recoils at Genzo's approach. This gentle flower, locked in its earthen cage, warns not the fruits of your misplaced rage. Genzo snorts. I can't help but laugh. It's just a flower, Jen. No need to get so worked up. Says the one not getting ridiculed by it. Just ignore it, come on. Genzo huffs but calms. He readjusts his cap on his head with a cavalier twist, nods once at the flower, then steps back towards the stairs. The flower wiggles its leaves, this time turning its attention to me. Afraid to reach out, afraid to try. Be it fear rules your life, life will pass you by. I stop, blink, stare down at the flower. The words strike something in me, and my fingers curl tight around the wood of the railing. Fear, huh? I chew on the inside of my cheek. What do you want, Iggy? A sudden sensation on my back makes me jump, snapping me out of my reverie. I flip my head back to see Genzo eyeing me in concern. Hey, you okay there? You got quiet all of a sudden. He pulls his hand back. I just stare at him for a moment. My chest feels funny, tight and floaty at the same time. Like I'm standing at the top of a tall cliff and wondering if I should jump. I finally turn away, running a hand across my clammy forehead. I'm fine. Just a flower, ain't it? Isn't that what you just told me? These little ballsy things just spouting nonsense anyway. Yeah, you're right. I conceded sheepishly. I guess I should be too if I had to stay in one spot all day. I finished with a laugh. You got that right. I'd be going out of my mind. Come on, let's get on that boat. I start up the steps. Oh, the thing is going down. Let me just drink some coffee. I ran out of coffee. No more coffee. Sad. We start up the steps, wood creaking beneath our shoes. The boat is still anchored at the end of the dock, almost as though waiting for us. It bobs up and down gently in the current. See, it looks fine. I toss a hand toward it. Genzo doesn't look quite as convinced. He peers down onto it, hands on his hips, then brings a hand up towards his shin, chewing on his finger. I can hear him mumbling beneath his breath. He starts pacing back and forth between the boat's bow and stern, almost as though inspecting it for faults. Does it have your seal of approval? I guess it looks fine. I don't know, Iggs. I've just got this really weird feeling about it. I'll just be extra alert, I say, promptly stepping forward and onto the boat. Genzo starts and half reaches out as though wanting to help, then just as quickly pulls back. He waits for me to sit down on one of the wooden benches before clambering in after me. For a moment, I worry it might sink beneath our combined weight. We're quite a bit larger than we were the last time we rode on it, but it ultimately holds true. Is there something we need to do to get it started? Genzo takes the seat across from me and glances around. I don't remember. Classic. Fortunately, we're not left in the dark for too long. Only a few seconds later, the water wheel in the back slowly shugs to life. With a shudder, the boat begins to glide across the water. The river is calm, smooth, and the boat cuts through the water like butter, slowly but steadily. Once it reaches the fork in the river, it turns left automatically, taking us further away from our cottage, the rabbit guards, and the hellish ocular creature. Genzo still looks nervous. I catch him throwing furtive glances from one side of the boat to the other. Try to relax a little, yeah? You look like you're about to have an aneurysm. For once, he doesn't say anything, instead just grunting and shuffling his feet. I scratch at my bare arm. My still damp clothes clinging to my skin, cold and heavy, and whenever a breeze rolls in, I feel myself shiver. We round the bend, now drifting dreamily past colorful scenery. Knolls of gold and green slope upward and away from the riverbank, and red and purple trees stretch toward the orange sky. Decorating the ground are flowers of all shapes and sizes, cattails, tufts of white cottonweed, all of it seemingly untouched with no signs of the life to disturb it. Across from me, Genzo looks like he's finally starting to relax. He's no longer shifting back and forth, and his face looks more tired than strained. He slides his hat off, scratches at his damp curls, tugs it back over his head. It's not often I see Genzo so uncomfortable. To this day, I'm not sure if he doesn't get rattled so easily or if he's just good at hiding it. I turn my attention back to the wheel at the helm. It's creaking gently back and forth, keeping us centered in the middle of the waterway and continuing our journey upriver. It's calming. The gentle lull, the sound of the lapping water. I let my eyes flutter closed, taking advantage of the moment to release the build-up tension in my shoulders. The current is likely to put me asleep before long. When I reopen my eyes, I see Genzo staring at me. I sit up just a little straighter, suddenly self-conscious. What? He looks away, guilty almost, as though he'd been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to. Just, didn't want to forget what you look like. I bite the inside of my lip. Oh, I say simply. I see. As for me, though, that I'll gladly forget. I'm ugly as fuck. I mean, wow, I kinda wish I never found that out. You're not ugly. Come on, you're not ugly. You're not ugly, I quickly retort. Too quickly, almost. To the point that I immediately regret it and drop my gaze. Genzo doesn't respond. He sits up, hands clasping and unclasping. He seems to be looking anywhere but at me. After a few moments of silence, he stands up with a grunt, wandering over to the railing. He gazes off into the trees. Damn, though. This whole thing is sure bringing back a fuck ton of memories. He turns back, half sitting on the railing, and reaches for his pocket, pulling out his carton of cigarettes. It must take him a moment to find a dry one because he studies it for a moment, then brings one to his lips. One flick, 2 flicks. With 3 flicks of the lighter, the flame bursts to life, and soon he's puffing away, eyes staring vacantly at the side of the boat. There is something about that image. Him leaning against the railing like that, smoke marbling above his head. Why is it so familiar? I close my eyes for a moment. Memory unlocked. And when I open them, it's darker and colder, and Genzo's looking about 12 years younger. He's dressed pretty sharp. Sleeves of his sport collar rolled up to his elbows, tie undone and hanging around his neck. And he has his hair gelled up the way he always used to wear it. After prom. That's when it'd been. Didn't Iggy not go to that? I thought he didn't. I thought maybe he just like went to check on them later. All I remember is that he didn't go. And that's when it'd been. Half sitting against one of the bike racks just outside of the cafeteria. Night sky bright with the moon as he sneaks a smoke. I can see him from the window inside, just sitting out there by himself. I push the glass door open with my elbow and step out to join him. Thought you got lost or something. It's chilly without a coat, but somehow refreshing compared to the buildup of teen sweat permeating the gym. Maybe it was Orlam that didn't go. He glanced over at the sound of my voice. Grins. Me? I'm never lost. Just taking a different route than everyone else. You should have seen Hanara at bingo. Lucky fucker won an iPod shuffle. Genso stretches his arms over his head. I'm holding out my luck for the raffle. Daddy's gonna win himself a Dell. Confident, are we? I laugh and take a seat next to him. He holds his water bottle with a little, No, thanks. I'm not getting expelled with only a few months left. Psh, He shakes his head, takes a sip. Now that I'm close, the smell is much stronger. The bottle had been full when he brought it in tonight. Now there's only about a third left. You'd never get expelled. Everybody loves you. He throws an arm over my shoulder, then brings the cigarette back to his lips. Me though? They'd jizz their pants to kick me out on my ass. I grin. Let the fuckers try, I say. He shakes his fist at some unknown entity in the sky. When he slumps back down, his body is heavy against mine. Bro, like got a drunk out of his ass. What did he put in that bottle, huh? What drink of choice did he decide to bring? Clearly, something clear. He sits there, unmoving. I can see him gumming at the end of the cigarette. Then a hiccup. He brings an arm to wipe at his nose. Maybe you really should put the bottle away for a while, I wince. Somebody's definitely gonna notice. You know, I'm really gonna miss you. Mr. College Boy over here, off to bigger and better places, getting your fancy schmancy degree. It's only an hour away, not like I'm leaving the planet, I try to laugh. Besides, I'll be back. A pause. You decided what you're doing yet? He waggles his cigarette between his teeth, smiles, pretends to look around, waving his hands towards our surroundings. Maybe I'll go into bikes. Bikes? Yeah, you know, everybody loves bikes, so by association, everybody would love me. I'll be the most popular gent in town. By the time you come back, you'll need an appointment just to talk to me. A bird hoots softly from up among the branches overhead. Yeah, get my own little shop. That'd be nice. Now he's rubbing at his pant leg. I mean, we know he did eventually. Again and again. As though trying to rub through the fabric. Yeah, through the fabric, not the fabric. He opens his mouth. Closes it. When he pulls his cigarette away to let out a plume of smoke, I can see his fingers shaking. He finally says, Can I, tell you something? I raise a brow. Of course. Then you can always tell me anything. His mouth twitches. He's really shaking now. I can even feel it against my shoulder. Jen, what's wrong? You're acting super weird. But at that moment, the door pops open. And Gidget comes running out, her blonde hair dancing behind her. Iggy, they're coming. They're opening up the bouncy castle. Come on, you have to go in with me. You have to go in it with me. Her hands find mine, then she's tugging me up and off the bike rack. All I can do is laugh. Okay. I throw a glance back at Genzo, even as I'm being dragged inside. Come on, Jen. Bouncy castle! We pass by Orlam at the door, who's just watching us, shoulders hunched as he wrings his hands. I watch him throwing a look at Gunzo before dashing after us, rat tail bouncing. Wait for me! I frown. But not in my memory. Back in the present. I hadn't thought about after prom in I don't know how long. It'd been the last time the five of us felt like a unit. Our own little group. With honorary member Hanar, of course. After that, we'd all gone our separate ways for a while. College, community college, vocational school, and in Genzo's case. But even after we'd all eventually returned, it had never been quite the same. Though strangely, we all had returned. Bucks and Hanar had, despite Hanar being accepted into a PhD program on the East Coast. Gidget had, despite Landbrook being the last place you'd look for a modeling gig. Even I had, despite a few semi-tempting offers from startups in California. Ew. Looking like no matter what, something had always been drawing us back here. I glanced back up at Genzo, who's now wondering the lengths of the boat, checking out the helm. He looks so short next to the big wheel that I almost laugh. Don't steer us into any icebergs, I say with a grin, and I push myself to my seat. To my feet. What do you think? What do you think's controlling this thing? He muses, lifting it, giving it a little flick with his hands. What do you think makes anything in this place work? Whatever it does. I gesture vaguely at our surroundings. Skittles, definitely Skittles. I chuckle, hands in my pockets as I let my gaze settle unfocused somewhere around the far trees. It's then that I see it. A sign. It's small and wooden and perched up along the right-hand bank. The words Collector's Territory ahead had been painted on it in heavy red strokes. My gaze jumps to the water, which has started to take on a yellowish hue. I take a step backwards. My tongue feels like a dry sock against the roof of my mouth. What's wrong? You don't like Skittles? We're approaching the next curve, drifting slowly, peacefully. But something about the air makes the hair on my arms stand straight up, and my fingers tingle with electricity. With a jolt, I grab Genzo's arm and drag him back to the benches. Close your eyes. I push him down before he can protest. What? Genzo's brows shoot sky high. I'm trying to press Genzo's palm against his eyes. Just do it. There's no time to explain. Close your eyes and don't open them until the boat stops. Promise me. Jesus, Iggs. First you act like I'm crazy for not trusting this thing, and now you go ballistic. Pick one and stick with it already. Just promise me, okay? Genzo waves his arms in disbelief before closing his eyes all the same. Alright, I promise, Jesus. I watch him for a second, making absolutely sure that he has them closed for now. Then, following suit, folding forward and cupping my eyes with my palms. Then I wait, sitting there, elbows digging into my knees, toes curled inside the soggy sneakers, and sweat gathering on the crooks of my neck. I can hear the water lapping against the sides of the boat, and I can feel the rhythm of the water wheel against my backside, the gentle swell pushing us forward. Calm, quiet. I chew on the inside of my cheek, fingers sticky and forehead damp. Waiting. We must be past the curve now. A tickle of embarrassment starts to play on the back of my neck. What's wrong with me? Genzo's right. First not paying attention to anything he was saying, then suddenly freaking out and making him play along. He must think I'm a complete idiot. Tendrils of shame work their way up my chest, making my face feel flushed and hot. My stomach feels like it's being tied in 50 different knots. Though who am I kidding? He probably already thought I was an idiot. Or at the very least a weirdo recluse with no social skills. He probably only talks to me because he's sorry for me. Pitiful. And now to do something like this? I should just look already. There's nothing there. And at least then I can get this embarrassment over with. My cheeks, my neck, my back, I feel so hot with shame. He could never like me. My breath comes out shaky and feverish, leaving moisture on my wrists. I'm a disgrace. Just look already, you idiot. My cheek. Yes, listen. Reading is hard. No. I've done this before. I've definitely done this before. And I'm not going to let it happen again. I press my hands onto my eyes, hard enough to make them pound. And in an instant of pain, the heat leaves. My chest unclenches. Coldness washes over my body like a breath of fresh air. What the fuck? I wipe at my damp forehead, but keep my eyes clamped shut. That was weird. I've never had thoughts like that before. I mean, sure, my self-esteem has never been the greatest, but nothing like that. It's this boat. It has to be. I rock my heels back and forth, lick my lips. There's still only the sound of the water past the boat, that gentle rocking motion. Something brushes past my neck. The fuck? I stood up and straight as a rod. What the fuck was that? There's something out there. Something here in the boat with us. Shit. Another brush. This time against my side. I can feel the cloth of my shirt fluttering against my skin. Did you open your eyes, Gelato? No. Because why not? No, we'll keep our eyes closed. I can feel the cloth of my shirt flutter against my skin. And that sound, I can hear it. It's breath. It cracks and pops mere inches from my ear. Almost like it's opening its mouth, opening its jaw, preparing to eat me whole. No. Now it's playing with my hair. I can feel it shifting through my curls, dancing along the surface of my scalp. It writhes and squirms almost like a nest of snakes, then lower. It curls beneath my shin, lower, sneaking underneath my collar, the collar of my shirt and brushing against my clevis. Shit. I have to look. It's the only way to stop this. I brace myself, letting my hands slowly fall away from my eyes, then groan and jerk myself away with a renewed burst of concentration. The feeling disappears. No more strange caresses on my skin. No more brushes against my clothes. Fuck, that was close. Get a hold of yourself, Iggy. Iggy's. Once again, like I said before, this has to be like I just cognito hazard the boat. Cognito has a boat. Very evil. Evil fuck-ass boat. Don't you see what it's doing? I bite down on my lips so hard that I can taste blood on my mouth. My body feels heavy and cold, like someone's draped a hefty blanket over my shoulders, and my breath comes out ragged as though I just ran a marathon. I curl my arms around my midsection, rocking back and forth atop my seat. Roll your ba. Merrily, life is but a dream. I clench my eyes even tighter, trying to ward off the feeling of dread crawling its way up my skin. More rowing down your boat? I mean, you know what? I'm not even gonna read. I can feel it in my arm, warm, throbbing heat that wants to burst out of my veins. Merrily, my head swims. Life is but a dream. Open your eyes, Iggy, we made it. Genzo? Genzo's voice is soft and comforting. And despite myself, I feel my guard dropping. Come on, Iggy, let's go, just the two of us. But Genzo, we'll be together forever, Iggs, right? Only this time his voice sounds much younger. Fuck. I bring a hand to my forehead, pressing against my eyes. This isn't real. This isn't real. I shake my head. Take a deep breath. Start my humming anew. Why did you abandon me? Don't you like me anymore, Iggs? It's your fucking fault. Your fault I fell down those stairs. And now you won't even come visit me? That's not true. That's not true. I was all alone in that hospital. And then you wouldn't even help. When I finally came back to school. I had to get fucking Orlamp to help me with my stuff. I was busy. Busy? Busy or scared? That's when the screams start. Fuck. I clench my eyes even further. Wait, I'm pretty sure I have a... Hold on. Eyes closed. Yes, eyes closed. I clench my eyes even tighter. Scared that your best friend might wanna fuck... No. I bite down on my tongue as hard as I can, so hard I can taste blood filling my mouth. Make it stop. And now you're too scared now, too. Always too scared to help me when I really need you. I can't breathe. My head is pounding. Did he say all of that last time? No, he did not say any of this last time. You can see my comments now. I have godly powers. I can see everything. Every nerve across my body is sending jolts of panic straight to my brain. Make it stop. Iggy! Oh my god. Okay, we're like not getting any other options here. I guess we're looking at some point. What if we just wait? What if that's the play here? What if we just like wait it out? Eyes closed. Me no see. If I can't see it, it's not real. Okay, something's telling me this isn't gonna work. Let's scroll through the... Let's scroll through X while we wait. It's gonna take a while. Okay, you know what? Let's just... I can't handle it. I can't take it anymore. With a choked sob, I begin to crack my eyes open, only for a sudden sensation to snap the spell. My muscles jump, nearly sending me straight off my perch. Somebody's grabbed my waist. I panic for a moment until I realize it's Genzo. The real Genzo. Not the one in my head. Upon this realization, I slam my eyes shut, just as a glimmer of light begins peeking in through my lashes. Fuck. His grip is so tight, it's cutting off the circulation to my hand, but I don't care. Instead, I focus on it, on that feeling of warmth, my safety net, keeping me grounded in reality. And the next moment, the boat hits something and comes to a sharp stop, nearly sending me to the floor. I sit there, listening. Are we there? It's quite safe for the gentle lapping of the water beneath the boat. And we're definitely not moving anymore. I chance it. Bright. That's the first thing I noticed. I'd had my eyes closed so long that the orange daylight now seems exceptionally brilliant. I blink again, the glare, tears still streaking my cheeks, and attempt to survey my surroundings. We're at another dock, bobbing lazily in the water. My head shoots immediately to the side, looking for Genzo, needing to see him. He's still hunkered down in the seat across from me, his eyes closed and features contorted. And his fingers still wrapped around my wrist, so tight that my knuckles have gone white. Genzo? I say softly at first, then louder when he doesn't respond. Genzo! Still nothing. So I reach down and pry his fingers away. This finally does the trick. His eyes pop open in a surprise and confusion. I can see beads of perspiration dappling his cheeks and forehead. He takes a moment to look around before finally honing in on me. I don't know why I said it like that. I was running out of breath there. That's why I said it like that. Are we here? Seems like it. The boat stopped at least. I nod in the direction of the dock. I guess that means we should get off. Right, sure, yeah. You okay? Oh, yeah, sure. He pulls at his collar, rises to his feet. Guess I got a little, seasick there. We disembark the boat in silence. Then stand on the dock, unmoving. Genzo's hand finds my shoulder, but he says nothing. He just stands there with his fingers curled into the fabric. I bring my own hand up and give his knuckles a squeeze. Come on, the path seems to lead this way. I point past the end of the dock and toward where a valley of dirt winds itself off and away from the river, bordered onto either side by more trees. Yeah, but Genzo's voice lacked its usual vivacity. Vivacity. We start our trek away from the river without another word, just the two of us, walking down the dreamlike path in a world of fantasy with no idea where to go, or what to expect next. I'm not sure how long we walk, 20 minutes, 30, an hour. Time feels strange, almost as though it's not passing at all. Yet when I think back to the cottage, what of discovering the hole in the tree, it already feels like a lifetime ago. And strangely disconnected? I try to think about my apartment, and about work, about the party. They all feel fake. Did any of that really happen? Of course it did. That's my life, that's me. I look down at my hands as though it might reveal some answer to an unspoken question. Then my mind drifts back to the voice in the tree. What do you want, Iggy? I glance over at Genzo, who has his hands shoved in his pocket, and his gaze pointed at his toes. What do you wish for more than anything else in the whole world? I bring my hand up to run through my hair. And I'll tell you once you've gotten yourself hitched and you've popped out 2.5 kids and a white picket fence to corral them. How about that? Then we'll be able to have ourselves a good laugh about it. I shake my head, clear my thoughts, sigh. All of a sudden, my footsteps change in timbre. I glance down to see the dirt path has given way to cobblestone. Oh, I stop for a moment, studying the new pavement. Did we find a yellow brick road? Genzo takes this opportunity to survey the landscape. Through the foliage, veiling the upcoming bend, I spy a spattering of bright colors, too bright even for the otherworldly trees. There's something there. I expend the energy for a short jog, taking me around the trees and in front of what I can only describe as a gigantic billboard. I stop, take it in, and feel my eyes grow about 5 sizes larger. Jesus, Genzo trots up next to me, equally stupefied. It's Gidget, only larger than life and wearing very little clothing. She's lying on her side, head propped up in her hand and holding a martini glass in her other. She's winking at the camera, at us. Next to her, the words, "Come visit Wonderland's hottest goddess" in bright pink purple. Or, I don't know what that really said. My jaw goes slack. That's a side of Gidget I've never seen before. Genzo's brows reaches for the sky. You can say that again. Genzo cocks his head to look at me. He chews on the inside of his cheek, saying nothing more. A gurgle of unease raises up in my bowels as I take in the image in the sign. Priya's hate? Yeah. This is prior to that. We're not there yet. And I'm wondering whether we'll be able to avoid it. Probably, I assume. We should be able to. And hopefully, not murder one of our pals. My stomach twists. Thinking about her like this, I shake my head. To say it makes me feel uncomfortable would be an understatement. I turn away from the billboard, looking instead further up the path. It's bordered by other smaller placards that stick up and out of the ground like signposts. All of them sport Gidget, some in gorgeous dresses, some in bright summer ensembles, some in ridiculous get-ups that look like they've come straight out of a fantasy or horror movie. I'm normally all for exploring your passions, but this feels a little excessive. She did all this here? No, she did it in her backyard. And so we make our way down the Gidget-lined path. Her smile followed us, sometimes sweet, sometimes sultry, and sometimes downright sinful. And I can't help but feel every single one of them is aimed straight at me. 20 placards later sees us at the entrance to a small village. I surveyed the quaint white and dark wood cottages, the puffy chimneys, the carving cobblestone roads, and the vine-dappled walls. I remember this, though not quite as clearly as the Kitty Crusade. More like out of focus snapshots. An ice cream. Somehow I definitely remember eating ice cream here before. Could really go for a hot fudge sundae right about now. Genzo scratched at his belly. Pushing the thought of sweets out of my head, I start down the main road. For once, we're not the only ones here. People are milling about, walking from building to building. But none of them are so much as glance up as we look around. Around the next corner and stop. A crowd of people is gathered outside of one of the more ornate-looking homes. There's a good 15 to 20 of them, and though they whisper among themselves occasionally, their attention seems fixed on the door. You seen Miss Glamorous Shots yet? Genzo saddles up next to me. Not yet. Something tells me I'm about to. My stomach gurgles. I'm getting that feeling again. That feeling like I'm on the verge of deep shit territory. I bring a hand to my belly with a wince. Good morning, darlings. I turn to the voice to see the door open. Gidget has her hands raised above her head to greet the crowd. The previously quiet gathering erupts in cheers and applause. The sinking feeling in my gut forms itself into a 2-ton boulder. Thank you so much for seeing me off today. Another shoot, can you believe it? The scouts here just can't keep their eyes off me. She practically dances down the steps, the crowd parting to allow her room. Immediately there's hands reaching out, trusting papers and books for her to sign, trying to catch a passing touch of her arm or shoulder. We love you, Gidget! Marry me, Gidget! Gidget's mouth curls into an over-exaggerated frown as she waltzes through. No, I'm sorry, I am in quite a rush today. She pauses, and then smirks with a wink. But I suppose 1 or 2 autographs won't hurt. The crowd goes wild, flinging their pens and photos and exposed skin at her with even more vengeance. Me first, Gidget! I'm your #1 fan, Gidget! She turns towards the person standing near to her. A teenage girl with a bouncy ponytail and decked out in pins, stickers, and accessories all featuring Gidget's name or face. The girl wrings her hand in excitement as Gidget signs her name in her autograph book. Hey, Gidget! Only this time, the call comes from right next to me, and I turn to see Genzo with his hands cupped around his mouth. Gidget turns, stops, then beams. Guys! She barely has time to return the girl's autograph book before she dashes towards us. You're here! I can't believe it! Could say the same thing about you. We had no idea who we'd find down here. Up close, Gidget looks different, except I can't put my finger on how exactly. Only that her aura feels incredibly tense. You look, great, I finally manage. Gidget beams, then grows instantly shy. I mean, I have to, keep up appearances. Who know they'd love me down here. Genzo loops his finger around his neck. Quiet. You're, doing modeling gigs then? I ask somewhat tentatively. Yeah, crazy, huh? She starts, then stops, shooting to her watch. Oh crap, that reminds me that I'm already late for my next one. Come down with me? It's just over the pier in town. Afterwards, we can grab some drinks at the inn. Catch up? You're booing us again. I glance at Genzo, who glances at me. I shrug. Sure, why not? Because what else can I say? She grins. Amazing! Come on then, this way! Then starts off down the road, not forgetting to throw a parting wave at the crowd still camped outside the door she just passed. As she passes. Catch you all later! Genzo scratches his forehead, coughs. She seems, nonchalant about all this. Tell me about it. We walk after her, and I can't help but notice the aura of the crowd growing dark as we pass. One of the older women even glares at me as I turn my head to look. Just keep walking, Genzo hisses. He steps back between me and the crowd, one hand to my back to keep me moving. I don't need to be told twice, my pace quickening about a half step. A Gidget leads us down the curved road and past a few more buildings that looks just familiar enough to jog my memory. Past the next bend, the building up to the bleh. Past the next bend, the buildings open up to reveal a long cobblestone pier lined with small fishing boats. A team of photographers is already God. A team of photographers is already sitting up with their gear near the water. There we go. Sentences are sentences, you know? Mouth goes stupid sometimes. And I can't say things correctly. And that kinda irks me ever so slightly. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna get myself some more water. We'll keep it going for like another hour. Probably. Because, I think going at this 4 hours at a time is probably the best. You gotta stop. The scratch is a terrifying figure. I do not blame you for being frightened. I'll be back. Back. I return. We'll go for like another hour, maybe 30 minutes. Depends. Whenever this section of problems is over with, assuming it ends relatively the same way as it did the last time we were here. Beautiful, isn't it? Gidget turns back towards us. The perfect photo shoot. I'm actually surprised I haven't done one here yet. Color me shocked, Gunzo squints as he takes in the scenery. Gidget's brows furrow for a moment. Then she returns to her cheery self. That's a little odd. Let's just keep going until Iggy Thanos snaps himself again. That's so fucked up. That's a fucked up way to put that, but sure. That is technically what he does. That is what he does. Feel free to look around during the shoot. I don't think it'll be that long. She takes one last look at us, then dashes off towards the crew. Please tell me I'm not the only one weirded out by this whole thing. Yeah, it's something else. Something fucked up. Why the hell is she down here playing dress up like this is some kind of game? Well, it is what she wanted. Yeah, and I want every day to be $6 buffet night at the Steak and Bake, but you don't see me rushing to bend the rules of time to my will. And I don't respond, instead biting down on my lip and catching the crew finishing setting up. Watching the crew. The shoot starts, and Gidget is on fire. I've never seen her look so alive, so happy, having the absolute time of her life. And they start with a few shots with her back to the boats, then walking along the pier, sitting atop the railing and gazing across the lake. But despite her constant smile, I can't stop the feeling of unease crawling at my belly. Why is she here? How can she act like this is normal? No sooner has that thought entered my head than Gidget glances up. She beams and begins waving me over. I pause, unsure, point to myself as though there could be anyone else she's pointing to. When she nods, I shuffle over awkwardly. She jumps off the railing at my approach. Join me for a shoot! What? My voice cracks. Yeah, come on, just for fun. Her arm sneaks its way around mine, and I feel her tugging me toward the camera. Besides, who wouldn't want to shoot with this handsome stud, huh? I throw a look of helplessness back at Gunzo. His face is blank. Seems like I'm on my own then. I allow myself to be dragged through the railing. They position us on either side of a little blue sloop, its sail flapping gently in the breeze. I don't even have a chance to ask what I'm supposed to do before the cameras are snapping like crazy. How many pictures are they taking? 100 a minute? The first 500 or so are just gonna be me looking like a deer in the headlights. Fortunately, Gidget knows what to do. She grabs my arm, pulls me close, taps my opposite shoulder to get me spinning around. I blank at first, then smile when I realize it's her. Laugh. She gives me a playful shove, gets me moving, pointing towards an especially oblong cloud in the sky to get me looking skyward. And all the same, the cameras shoot. This is how it works then, is it? I hope that one or two of these thousands of photos actually looks decent. Gidget laces her arm around mine, pulling me back in, and plants a kiss on my cheek. I recoil instantly. Hot. My face feels hot. Almost like someone stung me with a poker. And my stomach twists in discomfort. I grimace. Something Gidget doesn't miss. What's wrong? She furrows. Her brows furrow. I shake my head. Nothing. Sorry, my stomach did something weird there for a second. Not feeling super hot, I guess. Oh, then go take a rest then. I'm almost done here. Then we can head back. Yeah, right. I nod somewhat apologetically and scoot around out of view of the cameras. Once clear, my stomach slowly normalizes, and I take off my glasses to give my face a few good rubs. You alright there? Genzo slides up next to me, face clouded with worry. You look like you're about to pass out. Fucking pale as a ghost. I mean, worse than usual. He presses the back of his hand to my cheek. Pull or don't pull away? Well, if I do... I mean, it's pretty clear what they're setting up here between these two. My worry is more so, is Gidget gonna be like watching this happen? Flip a coin. Flippy coin. Why is it always landing on head recently? I all of a sudden feeling a bit overwhelmed, I pull away. I'm fine, really. Too much touching. I need a moment to myself. A moment to... I bring my hand to my forehead, rub at my eyes, collect myself. I see Genzo jerk his hand back. I swear I see him curse under his breath. Sorry, it must be those motherly instincts getting the best of me, he finally says with a laugh. He shoves his hands into his pocket. Just take it easy, yeah? Just take a breather if you gotta. It's not like Miss America over here needs an audience. I grin. Then the change... I grin. The change in topic is easing the tension in my shoulders. Yeah, sure. I wait until Genzo turns back towards Gidget, then let my gaze drop to the ground with a sigh. I close my eyes. Just breathing for a few minutes, letting the breeze brush against my cheeks, listening to the lap of the water against the boats. There's that calm, that blessed calm. I let out a slow breath. Then I open my eyes again. I see the crew starting to wrap up. The shoot must be done. Iggy, we're done! Gidget comes bounding back, her earlier energy having returned. Come on, let's head back. They loved me at the end. They'll give us free drinks. She loops her arm around mine with an almost possessive tug and begins dragging me back up the road. All I can do is throw Genzo a look of helpless confusion as I stumble to keep up. Man, this guy really likes saying my cheeks. Well, what other words are you gonna use for your cheeks? Drink up, boys, it's on the house. A busty woman in a flower print dress and white apron slams 2 extra large beers down on the table in front of Genzo and me. Don't mind if I do, Genzo promptly grabs his and downs about half the glass. I don't touch my own. Yeah, don't blame you, pal, I don't blame you. Somehow the thought of alcohol only serves to twist my stomach further. I place my hands tentatively around the base of the mug as though I'm planning on drinking and just haven't found the opportunity yet. The inn is bustling with patrons. Men playing cards, groups of friends, and laughing and drinking. Even the table not far behind is filled with what I can only assume are fans of Gidget. They sit watching us, scribbling down notes at our every action. It's a cozy place, music sprinkling in through the old phonograph, warm candles beaming down from the wooden chandeliers overhead. Stairs in the corner lead up to what I can only assume are overnight rooms you can book at the counter. Sure didn't have anything like this when we were kids. Genzo laughs and wipes at his mouth. I glance around, taking in the ambience. I mean, I guess we did always know this place changed. It's always just kind of knew what you needed, even beyond the wishes, I mean. Genzo crosses his fingers and over his heart and lowers his head. Thank you for knowing what I need. He promptly takes another swig. I turn my attention to Gidget. She's just watching the two of us, her face strangely blank. I try to bring her into the conversation. So, how long have you been here then? Kinda seems like you've made yourself at home? This brings a strange little smile to her face. She curls a lock of hair around her finger. I'm not sure at this point. I haven't been keeping track, you know? Everyone loves me down here. I guess I just get kinda lost in all of it sometimes. The curse of being popular, you know? I force a smile. Right. Dang, talk about night and day here. Here, Iggy and I were treated like public enemies number ones in the wait, dang, talk about night and day. Here, Iggy and I were treated like public enemies number 1 and 2 the moment we arrived. Kenzo's eyes go wide. Gidget just shrugs. Oh, that'll happen, I suppose. Only enough room for one goddess down here. Probably saw you as anomalies to be eliminated. She laughs. I laugh. I'm joking, of course. The curse of being me. My brow twitches. Of course. But now you're here. Right where you're meant to be, So you can just relax. The way her eyes go razor focus at this, staring straight through me, sends a chill up my spine, and I have to turn my gaze away. Pretty sure Iggy's not meant to be anywhere, Genzo grumbles, nursing his beer. He can make his own goddamn decisions. Is that so? Didn't seem like you were giving him much of a chance to make his own decisions earlier. What are you talking about? Practically throwing yourself at him back on the pier. But clearly Iggy didn't want anything to do with you. Didn't you see the way he recoiled? Iggy's already made his choice, so you should just scram. Genzo winces for once having nothing to say. I, on the other hand, can only twist my brows in confusion. For fuck's sake, guys! Would you just calm down over here? I bring my hands up. Honestly, I have no idea what either of you is even talking about, but I would certainly know if it makes some kind of... but I would certainly know if I'd make some kind of choice. Also, can't say I'm fond of being talked about like I'm not even here, thank you very much. Gidget pulls away at this, sitting back with a little grin. Genzo stares down into his beer guiltily. Alright then, Iggy, what do you want? What did you wish for? What did I wish for? I blink, jaw going slack. I didn't wish for anything, I guess. I guess I couldn't think of anything. I don't know. Oh dear, even Iggy doesn't know what he wants. Gidget reaches across the table, her fingers curling around my wrist and thumb, drawing patterns on my palm. My gaze shoots instantly towards the point of contact, muscles twitching, but I don't pull away. It's okay to be confused, Iggy. You'll know exactly what you want soon. Genzo remains silent this time, resigned almost. His gaze stays fixed on the table. Which reminds me, you must be quite tired, walking all this way. I can get both of you rooms for you for the night. How does that sound? I nodded in spite of myself. I am tired. Exhausted even. And a bed sounds absolutely delightful right now. Oh, perfect. Come on, come then. She races to her feet with a sickly sweet smile, that the hand on my wrist moving to the my upper arm to tug me up. As soon as I stand up with a wobble, she laces her arm in mine, and I can feel her chest pushing up against my skin. Let's go get the keys from Miss Graham. She leads me over to the counter, Genzo following reluctantly behind. She seems positively giddy, giving my arm a little squeeze, then snaking her hand in mine and entwining our fingers. I try to jerk away, only for her fingers to clamp down so hard it's like my hand is in a vice. I bite down on my lip until I can taste blood. 2 keys, please, Miss Graham. These 2 gentlemen would like to stay the night. Of course, dear. The woman behind the counter smiles and procures 2 sets of keys from the back wall, placing them in Gidget's outstretched hand. They can stay as long as they like. And we're headed upstairs, up and away from the sounds of the bar and into a quiet hallway lined with doors. Gidget twists one of the keys into the room and the right and pops it open. Here you go, Genzo. This is your room. Oh, He scratches at his neck. I mean, if you want to keep drinking it, that's also fine, but at least now you have your room and keys, Iggy and I are going to retire though. Is that so? Genzo's gaze goes to me, looking for confirmation. I mean, I'm pretty tired. At this point, I just want to get inside my room, close the door, and go to sleep. And if that means playing along with Gidget until she gives me the keys, then so be it. I think we'll all feel a lot better in the morning. Quite right. Both of you need your rest, Gidget nods, then stares pointedly at Genzo. Right, Genzo mumbles. But why is the thing going up and down? Bandwidth is doing the funny again. Right, Genzo just mumbles, but he steps towards the open door. I guess, good night, guys. He takes one last glance at us, then disappears inside the room. Remember, don't fight back. Correct. In all situations, fighting back has been the wrong thing to do, because that makes sense. Because we're not allowed to defend ourselves, I guess. Gidget immediately begins tugging me further down the hall. Your room is this way, Iggy. Thank God, I'm just about spent. I can only imagine. She unlocks the third door on the left, popping up the door and revealing a cozy room outfitted with a bed, wardrobe, and desk. Something about the sight of it makes me instantly relax. Soon I'll be alone. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. I tug myself away from her grip and step inside. Thanks for everything. This is, really nice. Gidget just smiles and walks in after me. Oh, I press my lips together. She shuts the door behind us. Oh no, not again. Okay, this time I feel like she's even more like... It's feeling like she's even more, what's the word I want to use? More ominous. Like last time, this is kind of... I feel like... Because she was acting weird earlier, right? She was like having like a blank look on her face and whatever. So she clearly also kind of remembers what's going on. Sort of, maybe, kind of. I don't know. I feel like this time she's like, oh, I'm not gonna let you slide away this time. I'm sure she'll snap out of it. I don't know what the goal is here. Because we all gotta come back somehow. And I just don't know how we're gonna get everybody else to, like, not tweak the fuck out. Because it seems like only Iggy and Genzo are, like, normal. Orlam's like a freak of nature at this point. I got no clue for him. In theory, we can get Gidget to, like, be more chill at least. But, like, I don't think that's happening, you know? They are not saying the things that need to be said in order for that to happen. So I'm just like, she's dying again, at least getting, like, injured. She shuts the door behind us. Pinpricks of sweat begin to form across my forehead, and I can feel my throat start to go dry. Gidget, I mean, I'm sorry if I gave you some kind of wrong impression, but I really just wanted to sleep. It's okay, Iggy. You're confused. I know. She takes a step toward me. No, actually, I'm not. I do just want to sleep. I take a step back. No confusion there. I raise my arms in what I hope is a harmless gesture of comical misunderstanding. Gidget just shakes her head. There's a strange look of pity in her eyes. Oh, Iggy, you poor thing. But it's okay. You're with me now. Everything's going to be just fine. Everything's already fine. I shoot a glance towards the door. Something's not right. Something's not right. Oh, or at least it will be tomorrow after I've had a good night's sleep. In this bed. All by myself. I start sneaking in the direction of the door. Slowly. Carefully. I'll train you, Iggy. Rebuild you from the ground up. Then you won't have to be confused anymore. You'll know exactly what you want. Oh god. Okay, she brings her hands to her cheeks and smile. And that smile... There's something wrong with it. Why is this the musical choice they go with? It's too goofy for for what's going on. something that shakes me to my very core. Trade me? Yeah, like, she's tweaking, bro. She's fucking tweaking. I did make sure this is on, yeah, streamer mode, so hopefully this song doesn't execute me. Sounds kind of fire, Yolato. I know, but it feels so out of place. Doesn't it feel out of place a little bit? Like, bro, we're just... she's having a moment right here, and we're out here trying to make sure Iggy does not get SA'd again. Something that shakes me to my very core, to the very core of my being. The tendrils of panic tickling my diaphragm suddenly clamp around my heart, and I feel the air leave my lungs. I need to get out. I need to get out. I twist towards the door, grab the handle, wrench it open. But what greets me on the other side isn't the empty hall. Instead, one filled with eager smile, hungry eyes, and reaching hands. Oh no. Hey, this is your problem. I'm enjoying the music. Well, go. You know what? Fuck you then. Fuck you, bot. The group of fans from the table downstairs. They're crowding the door. And the second the door is open, they come pouring inside. What the fuck? I jump back, but they come too quickly, and too many of them, practically fighting over themselves to come at me. They grab my arms, legs, latching onto my thighs, toppling me to the ground with a dull thud. And as much as I fight and kick and push and shove, I can't get them off. I can't get out from under them. Well, this is like a 1v... We couldn't do a 1v1. I don't think we're gonna get away from this one. Oh, you're too kind, darling. Skidget's smile stretches across her entire face now, and she bites down almost hungrily at her bottom lip. The best fans a goddess could ask for. She sighs and barely restrains delight. Rise him up for me, would you? I want to see his face. This is fucking weird, bro. This is just weird. The arms clamped around me begin tugging, pulling me up and away from the floor. I feel my arms get yanked back as a new pair of hands grabs my curls and twists my head upward. Beautiful, another sigh. Gitch's face is flushed pink. But perhaps too beautiful, yes? A frown. That's why others want to take you for their own. We can't have that now, can we? You're mine and mine alone, Iggy. She giggles, then dances off towards the desk. Then she returns, holding a pair of scissors. Gidget, please, we can... But another jerk on my head cuts my words short. Tears spring to my eyes as I grit down my teeth. Too beautiful. What can we do about that, Iggy? She practically sighs. With a flash, she reaches forward and grabs a chunk of my hair, twisting it upward painfully. Let's start here, shall we? She begins to cut. She slices the blades through chunks of my hair in great greedy handfuls, laughing and squealing as the severed curls fall to the floor. My head is rushed to left and right, with her fingers tugging and pulling as the scissors snap, and send more and more errant pieces flying. She suddenly stops, grabs my cheeks, beautiful, stares into my eyes, face practically radiating heat. Beautiful. Then smashes her mouth against mine in a bruising kiss. In that second, I can't breathe, can't see, can't even think. It's just a haircut? It's more than just a haircut. She moans, sucking on my lips, my gums, my tongue. Then, as quickly as she started, she pulls away, breath hot. Too beautiful. She reels her hand back and backhands me across the face. The impact sends my head reeling and starts dancing across my eyes. Her hands go back to my cheeks and the reddened palm forming across the skin. A beautiful color. She slaps me again, harder, laughing and squealing. My face is burning, throbbing. More color. She grabs my cheeks, clawing at them, digging her nails into the skin and pinching, clamping the skin between her fingers. Her thumbs begin digging into my eyes. I hope nothing bad happens here. Okay, bad things are happening. My head snaps backward. Fuck, it hurts. Deeper into the sockets, digging straight into my brain. It hurts. I open my mouth with a noiseless scream as every nerve across my face, my scalp, sends electric shock straight to my brain. And I can feel my eyes popping, bright white flashing, blinding. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Gridget's grip loosens instantly and my head slumps downward. I can't see anything at first. Oh, I don't even have a joke for this? Yeah, how could you have a joke for this? This is fucked up. Everything is black. Then slowly, the lights return, blurry and wrapped in red. Filled with red. Hot liquid seeps from the corners of my eyes to glide down my stinging cheeks. Hey, Higgy, just wanted to check if you were doing okay. Skenzo. My muscles leap into motion on instinct, head raising and lips parting. But Gidget's arm slams against my face before I can even get a sound out. Her palm finds my mouth, and she rushes my head toward her body. Everything's fine, Genzo. Iggy's already asleep. He was so exhausted after our activity. I blink against the tears and blood pooling in my eyes, struggling to breathe. Oh. Genzo's voice sounds so small. Okay, I'll see you both of you in the morning then. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Oh my god, this game. You know what? Let's just stay quiet. Stay quiet, because every time we try to do anything in this game, we just... No shouting. No shouting. If we shout, it'll not work. You know this as much as I do. Every time we try to do anything, we just fucking perish. I swear to God, if this is the one time I decide to just be quiet and not do anything, and the game is just like, fuck you, I'm gonna, like, actually toss my whole TV out the window. What is that even going to accomplish, you know? Ah, fuck it. I highly doubt I'd be able to get a sound out in my current situation. And even trying would likely do nothing more than incur Gidget's wrath further. So instead, I clutch my eyes shut in futile despair. Gidget runs a hand through my choppy, jagged hair again and again. Not gonna stop you, I'll allow it. There. He's gone now, don't you worry. He wants to take you for himself, you see? But you're safe here. Safe with me. Why do I have the feeling this, like, gained me nothing? If this somehow ends in my death, you know, maybe we'll just get taken away, and then Gonzo can just find us later. She laughs, a delighted thrill that thrums against my face. Besides, look at you now. She pushes my head back, looking down at me, her eyes sunken and wild. Then presses her thumbs against my bruised cheeks, pulling back the skin, forcing my lips into a stretched smile. Blood from my eyes oozes across her fingers. No one will like you now, ugly little Iggy. Except for me, that is. Now I'm the only one there for you. The only one who'd ever care for you. You'll be mine forever. My own little Iggy. Yo, this gelato meetup is getting out of hand. You think this is how it'll go down? I'll just get kidnapped. She dips her head forward and traces her tongue up the side of my nose, all the way to my forehead, smearing blood all up along the path. Gidget, I finally managed to eke out, my voice hoarse and strained. Hush now, she coos, then traced her tongue downward, past my lips and chin, down to the side of my own neck. I feel her slide up and down my lap and straddling my hips. Blood decorates her lips, her shin. Aren't you a man? This is what you're supposed to want. She tucks her collar, giggling against my skin, and lets her fingers trace down my chest. Okay, maybe... Let us hope we can get out of this one. Or perhaps it's just that you haven't been with me yet. Down, down, down. My stomach recoils at the touch, sending the fabric of my shirt fluttering. Hey, is that it, Iggy? Have you been saving yourself for me? This is what I'm supposed to want? My breath hitches, and I feel my throat constrict with a painful twist. You're so sweet, Iggy. To think you'd do something like that for me. Now her fingers are on the fly of my pants, tugging. And she leans in close, whispering right into next to my ear. I've been saving myself for you too. Gidget, no. A sudden crack snaps my brain back to action. From the window, the glass is cracking? But I don't have to ponder the absurdity of it too long, because in the next second, the entire pane of glass comes bucking forward and a figure comes barreling through the fall with a jounce onto the bed. Thank the fucking gods, okay? We've been saved once again. It's our boy, our savior, our knight in shining armor. Fuck, no, not the best idea I've ever had. Genzo wipes at the shards of glass littering his arms and legs, only to freeze when he sees what's happening in the middle of the room. What the fuck? Gidget spins around, blood dripping down her lips and face twisted. He's mine! She stumbles to her feet. You can't have him! Then lurches towards him. Genzo looks left, then right, frantically searching. He yanks his cap off his head and uses it like an oven mitt to grab one of the shards of glass atop the bed, wielding it like a dagger. Yellow was right. For once. Just pick the second option. Most of the time, the second option has been correct. Except that one time when we were dealing with the... No, I think Orlam, when I was at the stairway trying to convince him, that was like option number 1. So just pick the second option every time, and you're good to go. Gidget crawls up onto the bed, growling and snarling and reaching toward them. Okay, this is the issue, right? We still, like, if we loop again, we're still gonna have to figure out how to get these people back, because they're our friends and whatever, right? Because we can't just leave them here and whatever else the hell is going on. So I don't know how that's gonna get done, you know what I mean? Because they just act out, they just tweak the fuck out. The moment, like, Iggy and Genzo let things go so far until the point where they just tweak the fuck out. And I don't know how they're gonna not do that next time. Especially since, like, everybody else likely also is remembering things piece by piece. I have no idea how they're gonna solve this issue. Not a single clue has been given to us as to how that may occur. Your friends, by the way, Iggy's friends, alright? Let's not get things confused. Gidget crawls up onto the bed, growling and snarling and reaching toward them. He responds with a slash that slices through her arm and hands, blood splattering against the wall. But this doesn't seem to hinder her. She sides herself straight at him, on top of him, slamming her fist into his chest and clawing at his face. I can't tell who's winning. All I see is a mess of flying arms and legs. The bed bounces, creaks, skin slapping on skin. Frightened yelps and growls. Finally, Genzo lets out a yell and rolls over, taking her with him, spinning until they both fall onto the floor with a thud. Gidget suffers the brunt of it, her head cracking against the floorboards. Okay, here we go. And Genzo takes the opportunity to grab her, yank her to her feet, and position the shard of glass just beneath her throat. Blood? lots of it, you know? I mean, we almost got our eyes gouged out. Almost. But welcome, I. This story's a very, very messed up one. I'll tell you that much. We have been saved by Genzo once again from things happening to us that usually you don't want to happen to people that are a little too interested in you. She's let's just say she's quite literally gone yandere mode on us this time around. I don't know how the next loops are gonna be. I feel like the next couple of loops we're just gonna have to ignore every place we know. We can't enter this town at all. Yandere, basically. Average gelato stream. Average gelato stream is just me playing some game where something messed up happens. Genzo takes this as an opportunity to grab her, yank her to her feet, and position the shard of glass just beneath her throat. He turns to me, to us, to the rabid group of fans I can hear hissing in fear at the sight of their idol in danger. Let him go. Genzo's voice is strangely calm. He presses the tip of the glass shard into Gidget's neck. Let him go or I kill her. There's a moment of hesitation, of uncertainty. Then I feel the bruising grips on my arms and legs begin to loosen, to fall away. Bro, we're gonna have to just like take her with us as a hostage at this point. There's no way. There's no way we're gonna be able to just run off without her as a hostage. I slump to the ground with a cough. Now step back, another jab of the glass. When they don't move, he takes a step forward, wrenching Gidget tighter in his grip. I said step back. The fans finally do as he says, hissing as they retreat to the far wall, almost like cornered snakes. Gidget laughs, a throaty chuckle. Aren't you sweet, the gallant savior? But we both want the same thing. He shakes her so hard, her head snaps back with a jolt. Are you done? This is met with another giggle. Then, Iggs, can you walk? I stumble to my feet, head spinning. My vision is still blurry, but I nod my head all the same, limping toward him. Genzo must get a look at me for the first time, but because his eyes go wide with concern. Fuck. Oh, Iggy, sweet little Iggy. You don't want to leave me, do you, Iggy? Gidget coos. Genzo ignores her and nods his head in the direction of the door. I take the hint. You know, Gidget, this has been great and all, but I think we're gonna have to take a rain check, Genzo says. Then shoves her toward the bed and takes off. Okay, so we're not taking her as a hostage. We're running off. Go, 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 go! The two of us go streaking out the door and back into the alleyway, even as Gidget's laughter pierces the silence behind us. I'm coming for you, Iggy! You just wait! You will be mine! Another shriek of laughter. We make it to the stairs, stumble down the first floor. The music is still playing, the patrons are still imbibing? They look up as we race and shove and push our way through. Just when we make it to the door, Gidget appears at the top of the steps, pointing down at us, and flanked by her groupies. God damn you idiots! That's an order from your queen! Shit. If only LeBron did this too. Okay, shut up about LeBron if you bought. You and bringing up LeBron again. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. Don't you see? We practically fly outside, out into the air, and the sound of mugs slamming and chairs scooting right behind us. To the pier, come on! Genzo yelps and beckons me off to the right. I go careening after him, staggering and lurching, once he had to one hand to my head and to keep the world from spinning. Around the next corner, my legs twist over themselves, give out, and send me face first into a brick. Fuck! Genzo rounds back, yanking up on my shirt, tugging on my arm. He must do some mental calculations at this point, as he looks at me, looks behind us. Because in the next moment, he's got my thighs and we And he has me scooped up over his shoulder, huffing and puffing and dashing down the street toward the pier as I hold on for dear life. It's a good thing you're light as a stick, he gasps out between breaths. We don't have too far to go, just down the winding road. But barely I can hear the footsteps behind us. Lots of footsteps, and shouts too. I don't dare look up, instead keeping my eyes clenched shut and my fingers clamped in the fabric of Genzo's jacket. Once I hear the gentle slap of water, I know we've reached the pier. Genzo stops momentarily, turning first right, then left. He starts forward again, toward the edge, towards the water. You're gonna have to jump for me, Eggs. My heart skips a beat, but I brace myself all the same. And in the next instant, Genzo drops me to the ground. I look forward just in time to see the little blue sloop from earlier, Genzo already working on the rope, keeping it tied to the dock. I should have just jumped in, no questions asked, but in that one overly curious moment, I glance behind us and instantly freeze. The whole town is racing down the road after us. Their feet slam against a brick, arm raised, shouts and yells and whoops and hollers ripped from their throats. It's like the entire army of the apocalypse is bearing down on us, ready to rend us limb from limb. Get in! I hear Genzo's voice, but it doesn't register. He's got the rope untied and I can't seem to move. All I can do is stare at the teeming, writhing mob. I almost said moth. The writhing moth. The writhing mob barreling toward us. God fucking damn it. That's the last thing I hear. Before Genzo football tackles me square across the middle, both of us flying off the edge of the pier and landing hard at the bottom of the boat. My head rings, vision swings. Vision swaying, air knocked from my lungs, hovering somewhere up above my gasping lips. Fuck, I hear Genzo groan. He's got his head clenched in his hands and curled into a ball next to me. But we're both moving, away from the pier, away from the throng of angry townspeople. As my gaze clears, I can see them standing on the edge and shouting at us, shaking their fists as we float away. Genzo pushes himself to his feet and raises his own fist in return. Yeah, good riddance. I, however, stay down. The panic has finally begun to recede, and it leaves a hole in its place. A strange hole that leaves me somehow hollow, empty, feeling nothing and everything all at once. Well, you know who's not dead this time around. Gidget hasn't died, so I wonder if we'll be seeing her any other time. Probably. If we see her, I'm imagining we're heading towards the castle, like last time. So, maybe she'll show up there for some reason. Maybe not. I don't know. It's about the only other, landmark in this place. Other than, I guess, technically speaking, we know that we can go from the town and castle to the river, which leads to where Buxley is. But, Buxley also is gonna tweak the hell out whenever she sees us. Because she just wants her peace and quiet and to, definitely not ask what she's done with her child. Pre-Gidget saves you from Orlem. You know what? Maybe. That was the wrong one. Maybe. Wrong button there. Maybe, but not for good reasons, Maybe she can distract him for a little bit. You know how Orlem is. Orlem's just as desperate as Orlem is like a desperate Redditor, really. I raise my hand. It's shaking. Why is it shaking? Then tears come, blurring my eyes, hot and stinging as they pool beneath my eyelids and wind rivers down my cheeks. Genzo rubs his face, repositions his cap before returning his attention to me. He immediately blanches. Fuck, eggs. He starts as he kneels down beside me, voice catching. What did she do to you? And I can only look at him as though I don't even know who he is. My chest is so tight I can't breathe. Oh. Okay, there we go. I thought it was gonna end there somehow. Genzo cleans me up as well as he can, using water from the lake to wipe at the blood on my cheeks and dab at my eyes. I can't even imagine what I must look like, and my vision still seems off. Everything has a sort of hazy outline to it, and it's hard to focus. Then we try to sleep. There's nothing else to do. Nothing but float. Float away. I close my eyes against the darkness, against the chill of the night. But every time I do, I can see her face. I can see those eyes devouring me, and feel those thumbs digging into my brain. You'll be mine forever, my own little Iggy. I gasp, open my eyes, look up into the sky and the sea of stars. My body shivers. I push myself up to my seat, leaning forward on my knees. A chill sweeps up my arms and down my back. I can see Gunzo curled up on the other side of the boat. He's got his arms crossed in front of him, and is using his cap as a pillow, snoring softly. I move before I have a chance to think about it. Crawling over, my fingers trembling against the cold plastic of the boat beneath them. Genzo? I whisper, my voice swallowed up by the blackness. It leaves a hollow lump in the base of my throat, and I suddenly feel incredibly exposed. Genzo shifts, squinting up at me. He starts to get up, a look of worry crossing his face. I don't say anything. I throw one last glance back at the spot I'd vacated moments earlier. Then I lie down next to him in silence, my forehead just barely touching his shoulder. I feel Genzo tense next to me. Is this okay? I ask softly, hesitantly. He swallows, hard. Of course, as long as it's okay with you. I let out a shuddered breath and close my eyes. Genzo finally seems to relax next to me. He lies back down, shifts again. When I creak one eye open to check, he seems to be struggling with where to put his hands. He hovers in the air momentarily, then rests on the ground between us. Finally, he curls it up into the crook of his elbow, lacing his arms across his chest. His eyes flutter close again. And this time... my eyes flutter close again. And this time I don't see her. Little screenshot of that. We float across the water for the rest of the night. And when I finally creak my bleary eyes open again, it's morning. The sun is well overhead and we're surrounded by nothing but blue as far as the eye can see. Genzo is already up, examining the pile of spare boards at the bottom of the boat. He looks tired, but smiles all the same when he sees me awake. We take turns rowing using the boards. I'm unsure if it does anything, but it at least feels more productive than just sitting there twiddling our thumbs. This is so gay and cute. They're trauma bonding. Hey, look guys, they're trauma bonding. I can't this is just so fucking sad. They can't just have a normal existence. I guess, it's not like Iggy was getting out of his apartment anyway, so what other way would this happen if not with... It's just sad to know that this only happens because he has to experience all these horrible things. We don't speak about what happened. That would make it too real. Instead, we sit mostly in silence, rowing, resting, catching the sun rise overhead, then begin its slow descent back down. The sky has just started to turn a soft shade of pink when Genzo makes a noise. He points in the direction we're floating. Spires on the horizon. Land. I smile in spite of myself. Thank fucking God. We both set the rowing. We both set to rowing now, anxious to be back on solid ground despite the fear of what might await us. Trauma bonding? That's cute and gay. Shut up. When it's you saying it, it feels like you're just being you're just being odd about it. Nothing could top what just happened at this point, right? Right. You say that as if you forgot about the cannibalism. The floating spires turned out to be attached to a castle, a large castle. And as we row closer, it looms at all the larger, soaring walls, giant towers, twisting walkways, and glittering red peaks. Genzo's silent as he looks up at it. I toss him a glance. Everything okay? Oh, yeah. Everything's, right as rain. But I catch his smile falling once he thinks I'm looking away. There's a scraping rumble beneath us, and the boat slows to a stop. We've hit land. There's no dock or pier here. Instead, the lake simply glides up against the bank, almost like some kind of grassy beach. We hop out of the boat into the ankle-deep water and drag it the rest of the way. It's getting pretty dark now, and I'm not too keen on walking around this place at night. I pad further up into the bank, my feet squishing inside my shoes. What now? Genzo wanders over. For a second, he looks at me as though he wants to say something, but he ultimately remains quiet. I see him scratch at his calf with the side of his foot. We check out the town, I say, breaking the silence. There might be some place for us to sleep. God knows we could both use a soft bed at this point. Yeah. Well, come on then. I start to turn away, only for Genzo to step forward and grab the sleeve of my shirt. Iggy, But he doesn't continue. He stands there a moment, his brows furrowed and his breath heavy, and I swear I catch the tiniest hint of pink on his cheeks. And he seems to realize what he's doing because his eyes go to the grip of his fingers on my sleeve and he jerks away with a start. Sorry, he mumbles, gaze dropping to the ground. I raise a brow. What is it? Nothing, just me being stupid is all. But what else is new? Am I right or am I right? And I blink. Right. Anyway, what were you saying? We find ourselves a place to shack up? Sounds great to me. God knows I'm about to ready to lose my mind at this point. Just give me a few hours to not have to worry about whether or not my mom will have someone to take care of her in her old pride age. I misread the hell out of that one. In her ripe old age. There we go. God damn, it's getting dark out. Come on, Iggs. Let's blow this popsicle stand before it's so dark we can't see our own dicks. That's definitely a saying. Your logically sound knight shall lead the way. And with that, he takes off. I watch him sputter his way up the hill. What the fuck? But for multiple reasons, now's not exactly the best time for me to be mulling over the complexity of Genzo's deteriorating psyche. So, with a little shake of my head, I start after him. And that, folks, is gonna be where I leave this one off, because holy moly. just holy moly in general. No, in a very general sense. I'm hungry, and I must eat food, for I starve, and that is not a pleasant sensation, I'll tell you that much. I'm still thinking about, how the hell are these two supposed to fix all of this? Because I imagine it has to do, the wish that Iggy makes or has in his pocket is basically the Chekhov's gun of this whole story. Is it reading for 4 whole hours? Yeah. It's not bad. It doesn't, hurt or anything. It's just, I gotta, give my brain some time to register the story, you know? And poor I, who just like stumbled upon, at least it wasn't the part where, you know, where, where Gidget was trying to get physical for a second there. That part was certainly bad. Last time with the skin suit. The skin suit. What was the skin suit thing about? I kind of forgot. Explain further. Something about a skin suit. Oh yeah, the other game. I played. I don't know if you were there, Viewbot. Probably not. But the one where we were as the two guys who like get lost in a fake snowstorm, and then in the damn there's a skin suit of the character you play as in the washing machine. This is definitely a lot darker than that. That's bad, but like this is definitely a pretty some fucked up shit, man. Oh yeah, you were there? That's right, you were there. I almost forgot that I played those games. I have the memory of like not even a goldfish, because I can at least remember what's happened somewhat throughout the day. I just cannot happen what happens. Like today, everything that happens today is gonna be forgotten tomorrow. Like today becomes yesterday, and my brain is just like gonna just yeet those memories out a window. You've got that goldfish brain. You can't take that from me. I certainly do so. You, on the other hand, maybe. But yeah, just a little, I guess, if you really want a synopsis, because you just kind of just jumped into this in like the third stream. Basically, you forgot what you ate this morning. Damn. Well, hopefully you did eat this morning, because sometimes I forget because I didn't eat in the morning. So what's the story so far? We're Iggy. We got a kind of messed up, fractured friend group. You probably didn't, not gonna lie. You better have eaten. If you didn't, I'm gonna just pick you up and then toss you into the nearest body of water. That'll be your punishment. Anyhow, we're Iggy. This is Wonderland, a place we went to when we were kids with our friend group. Our friend group is fucked up. This isn't the first time we've been here now, because we technically time looped, because last time it ended up with Iggy getting his arm and leg chopped up by one of his friends, and that same friend like charged at him and kind of just fell off a cliff, and he wished he didn't exist, because now he's just constantly walking around with his pocket wish. And very messed up things have been going on. Cannibalism, as you were kind of almost there to see, sexual harassment is definitely on the list of things that happen. We kind of need arms and legs. That we do. We got Gidget, who's just going insane. Orlam, who is pretending to be a king, because that's his wish here, to be a king, so that he can do whatever the hell he wants, because he's a weirdo. Gunzo just wished for his eyesight back, because he lost that when we were kids. And then Buxley is like just wanting to be alone, and this whole debacle happened. I think theory goes that she used her infant child to get into Wonderland, because only kids through like a little prick of blood could get into Wonderland. So to open the door, you need the blood of a child, basically. Hopefully that's all that's happened. Hopefully she hasn't murdered her own child. That would be pretty damn messed up. Something gives me the vibe that she might have. I don't know. Anyhow, I'll leave you with that. I will leave you with that. I hope you all have a great rest of your mornings, afternoons, evenings, and nights, wherever and whenever you are. May the gods bless you. May the stars shine in your honor. I don't know if anybody is streaming for us to raid, because I always forget about raiding. That's always a thing I forget to do. She sure did. Okay, nobody that I am following is existing at the moment. So it is simply a bye-bye. Thank you guys for being here. It's been a fun read so far. Maybe we'll see you around next time, so that you're not as lost to this clusterfuck of a story. Bye-bye.